Well, good afternoon and welcome to the final round of the 40th Shinhan Donghae Open, staged for the second year in a row, once more at Club 72's Ocean Course here in Incheon, South Korea. 16 players starting within 6 shots of your two co-leaders coming into Sunday, but no lead is safe around this Jack Nicklaus designed masterpiece. Plenty of birdies on offer, plenty of money on offer as well. 1.4 billion Korean won up for grabs this week, with just over $250 million heading the way of our champion. Playing of this great championship, which started out as a friendship cup of sorts between South Korea and Japan, and look at what it's turned into, one of the most popular events on the Asian Tour schedule. Conditions are pretty much perfect for what should be a Sunday shootout. Timothy Lowe here in the commentary box alongside me, my good friend and three-time Asian Tour champion Anthony Kang. Anthony, it could be a birdie bonanza today, as it usually is at this course.
Yeah, this golf course has not firmed up one bit from the moisture that the course has retained through the monsoon summers here, so the players are greeted with receptive greens and smooth conditions, the best that greens have seen all week.
Well, Brad Kennedy was in your final group yesterday, but didn't make a single bogey on his car, but only made one birdie, so he's sliding down the leaderboard. He went off alongside New Zealand Open champion Takiro Hitachi and Taiga Nagano. Just behind them, Yujiro Ohori, in the company of Sang Pil-yoon and Tomoyo Ikemura, who had a share of the opening round lead with Chae Wong-um. And in the penultimate group, Min-kyu Kim looking for a second Asian Tour title this season to go along his victory at the Korean Korea Open with Mikumu Horikawa and Travis Smyth, and Chanmin Jung absolutely blitzed the course yesterday with a 63, but it wasn't the low round of the day. That went to Kensei Hirata. 10 unanswered birdies moved the highest ranked player in the official World Golf Rankings this week up into a share of the lead at 16 under par. Look at the complexion of that leaderboard already. Travis Smyth, the tall man from Shell Harbour, has made 7 birdies in a row to start his day and see him up to the top of the leaderboard. What a start from Travis Smyth.
We'll look at one of the co-leaders starting the final round and just setting the mood early, birding the opening hole.
Stunning. Everyone has to birdie 5. It's simply a must if you want to be standing there hoisting the trophy at the end of play today. Scoreable, reachable par 5. But why settle for birdie when you can make an eagle 3, as Hirata did? He was trailing by 1 at this stage, leapfrogged his way into a one-shot lead. It wasn't for long. This was a little bit earlier on. Travis Smyth, 5 in a row. Couple of top 5 finishers in his last 3 starts in the Asian Tour. Is this finally Travis's time to get back in the winner's circle again?
Yeah, his putter has been cooperating from the very beginning of the round. That's the 3rd 12-foot birdie putt he's made today.
This birdie at the 7th ties him for the Asian Tour record for most birdies ever to start a round, most recently done by Wang Wei Shen at the 2019 Yangde TPC, where Travis is a former champion. Now, one of the overnight co-leaders, the unheralded Kosuke Suzuki, big surprise story of the week, showing no signs of nerves whatsoever. Stunning shot into the scary hole location at the 6th. That was his 3rd birdie of the day. That got him up to 19 under par alongside Hirata, trailing Travis Smyth by a single shot. Well, 19 under par was good enough to get you in a playoff last year, Anthony. It doesn't seem like it's going to be the case again this year.
Yeah, you're just going to have to make your birdies out here, especially the beginning holes of the front 9. There's out of the 7 holes, all 6 of them are playing under par, so there's plenty of opportunities for the players to make your birdies, and you have to make your birdies. You get in the condition where all the players in the field have those opportunities from inside 15 feet. You do feel a lot of pressure when you set yourself up for birdies, and just trying to win the tournament, that's hard enough, but just because everyone is going lower and lower, just that added pressure once again when you have your opportunity.
There's always pressure carrying the lead into Sunday as well, but Hirata's had that experience several times in the last month or so. 2 wins in his last 4 starts, hasn't finished outside the top 10, and he's hunting for a 3rd title of the year. 2nd shot to the par 5 7th. Just clears the front edge, and that's okay. Stay out of the tangly stuff. Yeah, no problem. Kensei.
The players will see a handful of pins that's set on a tiny slope. For instance, this pin, there's a slope from right to left where the hole is cut. So if you miss this shot to the left, even if you're off the green, much better there for a chance for an up and down as opposed to being far right. Now, even if that ball is safe, that's going to be a tough one to get it within 4 or 5 feet.
Did see a couple of loose swings coming down the stretch for Suzuki at the end of his round yesterday. Now, not too much going on for the Korean Hulk, last year's Jung Open champion, Chanmin Jung. Just the 1 birdie, coming back at the 2nd. Has himself 5 shots behind Smyth now, but he's off and after this one. He's talking to it. Didn't listen.
At the 18th, playing the other side of the golf course, Sungbin Choi.
This is crafty. This is very nicely played from last year's KPGA Championship winner.
And that's going to be useful. It's 3 over par for his round today. 2 bogeys and a double bogey. Excuse me, 4 over.
Now to the man who has been red hot this Sunday, Travis Smyth. This is a speed bump. The 8th hole can't afford to go right at this pin. There's a big fall off there. Look up towards that TV tower. Oh, is that going to hang up? I think it will. Unfortunate bogey for Min-Kyu Kim. Back on the 7th, leaves him at 14 under par. Further away from the penalty area than we initially thought for Suzuki, but this still isn't easy, as you were saying, Anthony.
Yeah, just the sheer distance, trying to get it close, that's tough in the first place, but the last 3 feet or so, once he makes it over a crest, it does work its way downhill, so he was extra careful there to not hit a chip shot with too much speed at the top of the crest.
As a result, he's left himself a pretty quick one.
Garamjan, this year's KPGA Championship winner on the Korean Tour.
Pretty poor 3rd round. Garamjan able to get anything going in his middle par effort. 72. Birdie at 8, which this week has played as one of the hardest holes on the golf course. In fact, the hardest hole for today's final round. No birdie to be found at the 8th for Min-Kyu Kim, who made 11 birdies yesterday. Was a topsy-turvy round of 66. Chan Min-jung. Ball was dry, stayed out of the water, short of the 7th green, but find the target again. Prioritizing just making sure you hack it out of the reeds first. Don't get too cute with it. Now Smyth.
You know, when you're on a really good run of form like this, you do get good breaks. If his tee shot had traveled about 2 yards farther, it would have gone and rolled off a steep swale and would have faced real demanding up and down. This is much easier.
The run of birdies will come to an end for Travis Smyth, but he's not going to be complaining at all. He's playing as the hardest hole of the Ocean course for today's final round. Good touch. Should be moving back into a share of the lead in a couple of moments' time. Incidentally, most number of birdies consecutively on the Asian Tour. That record belongs to a certain Bert Wiesberger at the Malaysian Open in 2017. 9 in a row.
And Chan Min-jung unable to take advantage of the short par 5 fifth Just made a par there and looking to scramble for a par. Almost took a peek at a birdie. That'll be disappointing for the over 300-yard hitter to be walking away with pars on both these par 5s on the front 9. To the 9th, Ikemura. Pins all the way in the back left portion of this green. And using the short club, even the penalty area, not much of a scare for these players.
Suzuki for his birdie. Gotta be careful with this one. Pretty slippery as he gets around the cup from this angle.
Those are the hardest putts to judge the speed on. He was standing on an upslope, so all that sensation just telling you that you got to give it a firm hit to make it up the upslope. Mingyu Kim to save par.
Start of the week, 6th on the Asian Tour Order of Merit. Only a victory and a victory alone would have dropped him into 5th, just past Peter Uline, winner of International Series England. Well tidied up there for Keisuke Suzuki. Hirata to move back into a share of the lead. It's a position he has become very accustomed to finding himself in 2024. At the top of the leaderboard.
Just a tough par 3, 228 yards today. It is a narrow green for the long clubs that the players will hit. So just to get yourself on the putting green, you do have to make a good swing to get that ball started exactly where you're looking. And today, the pin cut on the right side there, you see the fall off on the right. That is the area that the players will definitely think about. They do not want anything right of the pin. Very high chance for a bogey once you do miss it to that side. And Hirata, his iron play this week has been stellar. All of his birdies, all coming in from a close distance.
When such good control of your irons as Hirata clearly is this week, you can go where others dare not venture.
Yeah, all of his birdies on par 4s and 3s, all inside of 10 feet. Showing great control.
Across to the elevated tee at the par 4 ninth. Struggling with keeping the ball in play off the tee, Travis Smyth. He can just find some fairways. He's playing good enough golf to give himself a chance, and he is certainly doing that this Sunday.
You can get away with a miss to the left on this hole. Just thinking your start line, try to put a wall up right up on the pin and then make sure your ball stays left of it, but that has gone right.
Falls into that chipping area for Keisuke Suzuki. Work cut out for him from there.
And today's final round not really going as easy as it was yesterday for him, who started on the back nine first, out in 30 strokes. Just 1 under par for his day. Do his best just to stay there.
Thank you, Kim. The ninth. Tee box elevated some 25 yards above the level of the fairway, so that ball has an awful lot of hang time. Kimura. Green for birdie. Beautiful roll on that. Nice recovery after his drop shot at 8. He's out 3 under par. Some second shot into this ninth for Sang Pil Yoon. Simple conversion for birdie.
This is some stellar play and a continuation of good finish yesterday. Yesterday, he finished with 4 birdies on his final 6 holes. You add in those run of 7 birdies today, 11 under par for his last 14 holes.
He's a man that has been red hot to start the day, and he would have known coming into this final round that, you know, you're not going to shoot level par and wait for the leaders to come back. You got to come out and take this championship, and my word, has Travis done just that. Birdies on his first 3 holes. Pin seeking there at the 4th, but as you mentioned, Anthony, that putter staying red hot for Travis.
Yeah, these are the distances that's just outside of 50% on a make rate. But to have come out and made a couple very early, it just kind of relaxes you just a bit. But you get those days when you get the feel and you ball sort of ends up in an area where the read is easy as well. And couple in the fact that the greens are rolling smooth, the smoothest of all 4 days today, off to a flying start.
Had to birdie the 5th there, good up and down from the bunker, and then again from this range, Travis Smyth has been locked in. Birdie there at 6, par 5 7th, just over the back in 2. Use that little 5-wood bump and run out of the sticky collar and drives the pace to perfection. So this birdie took him into the solo lead at that point. He's since been caught by Kensei Hirata, but that matched the Asian Tour record for most number of consecutive birdies to start a round of golf. Changed his diet last year, went to a diet of mainly animal products, eggs, meat, cooked in lots of butter and a couple of vegetables here and then, just for variety. Says he goes through about 1 steak a day, so no wonder he's playing well. Koreans are actually just carnivores, love some Korean barbecue.
Fine shot there by Mingyu Kim. Yeah, I think a lot of people don't realize how much meat is consumed in Korea. A lot of the side dishes you see is all vegetable, and you know, people are aware of kimchi, but the pork and beef is grilled on a large basis here.
Myself, me and our producer Scott, we go through about 7 kilos of beef every time we come to South Korea. Now Travis, got to keep your foot on the gas pedal here. Travis Smyth, he's going to have that for an outward half of 28. Absolutely mint indeed, Travis. It's a trebuchet-esque golf swing, is it not, Mr. Kang?
It's absolutely. He's got a lot of wide arc there. And you see the full extension with his arms all through impact. You don't really see the rollover of the forearms. It's easy to control the club face, the squareness of the club face at impact.
He's coming off his best ever year on the Asian Tour in 2023. Didn't miss a single cut. Fixture inside the top 10. Funnily enough, he was very open in chatting about it. Said he felt like he underachieved. Played good enough to win and just couldn't get the job done. Things going from bad to worse for Chan Min Jung here at the 8th. Bio Kim, a fellow Jung Open champion who's battling to keep his card on the Asian Tour this season. The winner in his career, Rookie of the Year for the 2022 season on the Asian Tour. Now Suzuki on 8.
Oh, he didn't hit that hard enough as well.
We thought it was going to be a three-horse race between Kensei Hirata, Kosuke Suzuki and Chan Min Jung, but Suzuki and Jung heading the wrong direction on Sunday. Travis Smyth's barrage of birdies moved him into a share of the lead with Hirata. Much better second time of asking for Suzuki.
It's so tough to do, to hit it that distance after your failed attempt the first time. Most of the time you do see players hit it about 8-10 feet by just to make sure that they don't face that shot again.
Hori starting his back nine, second into the 10th. Par 36 front nine for Yujiro. Minkyu. Don't need to give the hole away from here, just got to play this with pace. Well done, Minkyu Kim. To a share of 5th with Jungwon Lee and Tomoharu Otsuki with that birdie. Just a little separation going on between Smyth, Hirata and the rest of the chasers.
The man of the moment. Really nothing left to really be concerned with on this putt, but because it is an excellent opportunity, especially heading into the back nine on Sunday, just that extra amount of focus.
Smyth to the turn in 28 strokes. 8 under par for his front nine. Have a day, Travis Smyth. You are leading by 1. Looks like a hybrid out here, Chan Min Jung.
Must be a poor lie to where he can make sort of a chunky contact, so you're using this club to get that forward momentum.
A player that possesses so much talent, so explosive, but every now and then just has a bit of a head scratcher.
Sang Pin-yoon with his second shot into the 10th. A dual member of the Korean Tour and the Asian Tour, went to Q School earlier this year, did not get his card. So it currently sits on 131st on the order of merit.
Jung, the bogey at 8. That's not in for a double bogey yet. Going large here on the 8th is Chanmin. Hirata to respond to Smyth's birdie, is to get back into a share of the lead.
And now for double bogey for Jung.
Okay, it's in, but damage has been done for Chanmin Jung. Double bogey for Chanmin Jung. And a bogey here for Kosuke Suzuki. The price for missing this 8th green to the right-hand side. It's Smyth by 1 over Hirata, Australian in the penultimate group, looking to post a target. Say, catch me if you can say. Championship that began all the way back in 1981 celebrates its 40th edition here at Club 72, and it is an Australian who leads the way after a blistering front 9 that included 8 unanswered birdies. Never had an Australian win this championship. Could Travis be the first? Chepo playing some very solid golf this Sunday afternoon. The man from Chinese Taipei finding some form that we saw towards the end of 2023. Gelta Moina too, playing nicely today. Ratanot Vanasrishan, former Thailand Open champion in the group at 12 under par, which includes one of the 3 past champions of this championship who safely made the halfway cut. Latit Shinbongam and Sean Norris having each other for company this Sunday, and they'll both be at 11 under par on our leaderboard. Riki Kawamoto, big hitter from across the sea, just 1 under. A couple of New Zealand Open champions on that page of the leaderboard, Hataji and Kennedy. Ryu Ishikawa having a much better go of things on Sunday than he did on Saturday. 4 under for his day, but this is the chaser now. Kensei Hirata is in the top 10 of every single statistical category, major statistical category on the Japanese tour, except for driving distance. Don't think it's going to bother him too much. He's 4th on the money list.
That just shows you an all-around game from Hirata. He just needs to shake off the bogey on the previous hole and find his fairway. It's a wide fairway, so it shouldn't be a problem. Through 3 rounds, leading the field in fairways hit. Missed just 5 fairways for 3 rounds.
So I think the crowd just putting off Chanmin Jung there, so he'll step back and refocus. He's got a big game, he's got a big personality, but speaking to Sean Norris's caddy, Carl, I think it was on Thursday, he said it was so impressive, he just needs to tighten it up a little bit and he could be a world beater. Now to the start of the back 9 and the red-hot Travis Smyth.
It's not an easy hole today because of the hole location.
To find the fairway, that he does.
Just to make things easier on this hole, you do have to avoid the fairway bunkers, which he has successfully done.
If you're Minkyu Kim or Mikumo Horikawa, you're going to feel like you're getting lapped right now by Travis Smyth. Kim 2 under for his day, Horikawa just 1. The Shinhan Donghae Open. Jake Kruger, Byul Kim, Yosop So, Suzuki Higa, and good take go. 3 of those men not around for Championship Sunday, but Byul Kim and Higa certainly are. Good take go. Not going to be the first to successfully repeat as champion since Sangmun Bay. Sungbil just past pin high at the 10th. This downhill slider for birdie. He's having a nice tournament. Sungbil running inside the top 10 at the moment.
Being well back on this hole makes this pin position all the way on the left a bit tricky to get to. So that's the correct play from that far away from the hole.
Hirata trailing by 1. To move it from right to left, so this pin should set up nicely. Not his best effort, the man from Osaka.
Even though it's a dangerous pin for Chanmin Jung, being this far behind the lead, it's very much just attack every single pin that he can see.
Kim, safely down the right-hand side of the 10th fairway. He'll be first to play.
just got to keep it left of this pin. There's a drop off on the right side of this green that the players are looking to avoid.
Stay there. Stay there. Okay, that's fine for Kim.
Just a few yards left of the pin as your start line. Started there, but a slight pull for Travis.
No harm done there for Travis. Started slowly last week in Indonesia. Took for par round at 73. Started his week at Damainda, but he strung it together nicely over the closing 54 holes to finish in a share of fourth, just outside of what was a dramatic three-way playoff between Samson Singh, Steve Luton. Suzuki responded well to his only bogey of Saturday with a chip-in birdie on the 17th hole late on day 3. Fantastic roll, good effort. It's a huge week for Kosuke Suzuki, currently 71st on the Japanese Tour money list, a tri-sanctioned event between the Japanese, Korean and Asian tours, the Shinhan Donghae Open.
As well as he has played, just hasn't made any sort of a long length sort of a putt. Hirata has been using his ball striking to set up those birdie opportunities. Many of those putts coming in from the 8 to 4 foot range. Just needs a bit of cooperation with this putter. But even if it doesn't go in, he's confident that he can set himself up for short range birdies in the upcoming holes. Sometimes you do need a little help with putts of this length dropping occasionally.
He'll get a little help there. Kensei Hirata matches Travis Smyth's birdie on 9, 2 tied at 21 under par once again. You have to say, it's the scoring record here at the Shinhan Donghae Open, 22 under par, set in 2018 by one Sang-hyun Park. That is surely going to be eclipsed at the end of play this afternoon.
It's just the course conditions allow for the low scoring, and this tournament moves from venue to venue every few years or so. So it all depends on what course conditions are presented to the players. It just happens that this week, with the greens that are pretty much like a dartboard, with any club that you're hitting into the green, whether it's a 4-iron or a pitching wedge, they don't really release that much, and they don't spin back with the short irons.
The 13th different course to host this great championship in its 40-year history. Of course, at Club 72. Could be tempted into calling this a bit of a putting contest this week, but it's certainly not the case. You still have to give yourself good opportunities. You have to find the correct section of these greens, and fair play to the tournament committee here, the organizing committee. We have seen some very good pins and a couple of tees moved around. It's always refreshing to see.
Yeah, it is. That's such a general term, though. Putting contest. You can't expect to make putts from 30 foot all the time, so you do have to give yourself those realistic chances inside the 12 feet, 10 foot range.
Just leaves it short in the jaws, does Travis Smyth. Still stays tied at the top with Hirata. Last week's winner of the Lexus Masters, his first ever title as a professional, the popular Seung-taek Lee. To the 18th hole here. In the first group today, in the company of Yubin Jang and Kazuki Higa. Fortunately for Seung-taek, 1 over par for his final round. Short coming uphill. Kim leaves it short coming downhill. 10.
And this is the man that Min-kyu Kim will be contending with for the rest of the season on the Korean Tour. Yubin Jang currently #1. Min-kyu Kim #2 on the Genesis points list. A big reward for attaining that top spot. Yubin Jang currently 23rd, Min-kyu Kim 4th.
Min-kyu Kim will stay in a share of 4th with that par at the 10th. Such a popular winner. Seung-taek Lee last week at the Lexus Championship. Double member of the Korean and Asian Tours, was in a battle to keep his Asian Tour card at the end of 2023. Played very solidly at the Riyadh Golf Club, where we will return in December. Around 66 yesterday, was going along well before a double bogey at 14, and now he's in all sorts of bother at the 16th. So 9 holes to play. Hirata, the 10th tee, the share of the lead.
This is when all the fun starts, heading into the back 9, tied for the lead, especially playing behind the group of Travis Smyth. He will have the final answer. It's just a matter of him continuing to do what he is doing, which is just giving himself looks at birdies and good looks at birdies.
Best ever finish on the Japanese tour was a 3rd at the Kansai Open 2023. Does have 2 wins on the secondary tour in Japan, the Abema TV tour. Saw that a lot yesterday. Just doesn't look like he's swinging freely, but he's fighting his golf swing a little. Understandably so. It's a huge opportunity for him to practically lock up his card for next year, the Japanese tour.
And for Chan Min-jung, none of the fairway bunker is in play for him.
Fairway bunker? What fairway bunker for Chan Min-jung? Set the record for highest season average for driving distance back in 2022 on the Korean Tour. Now Smyth on the 11th. He's been using that right-hand side of the tee box a fair amount this week.
Just playing his stock shape of the ball flight, which is a left to right moving golf ball.
Asking for it to go hard. Could be a little finicky there.
Most likely he is in the fairway bunker. That's the one area that you do have to avoid on the right side. There is trouble down the left penalty area, but it is a wide landing area.
It's just going to go skipping through the fairway in that right rough. Min-kyu Kim. 2 Korean Opens in a 3-year stretch. Kim. First place finish at the Open Championship at Troon back in July. Now Moon bunkered at 16. Yubin Jang, always a favorite. Anytime he tees it up here in South Korea, the Genesis points leader. Went to Asian Tour Q School at the beginning of the year, didn't get his card, but he's making the most of a fine season domestically, the 22-year-old. Nice closing birdie for Yubin Jang. He'll end his week on 12 under par. Playing alongside 2022 champion Kazuki Higa. He also birdied the last for around a 67, so Higa finishes week at 13 under.
Just coming off of a bogey on the previous hole for Ikemura, that would have been helpful.
For his final round, and 5-way share for 4th at the moment is Toyomo. Now Moon, the many dual card holders, Asian Tour and Korean Tour. It's been nice to see KJ out and about on the Asian Tour. Great elder statesman of the game is Moon. It's a nice sandy save at 16. Sprint to the finish line to determine our 40th Shinhan Donghae Open champion. Was your money on Smyth, Hirata, maybe Suzuki? There's something special coming in on the back 9. This tournament very much hanging in the balance, as it was 12 months ago. Remember, JGTO playing in the final group on Sunday. Pachara Kongwatmai teed off an hour in front of him. Absolutely blitzed the ocean course. Did have a little help from JGTO. Kongwatmai closing with a 63, forcing Go to birdie the 72nd hole to take us into extra time. To prevail on the first extra hole. A birdie to seal the deal. His 3rd win 2023. The drama unfolds in 2024. There's a fascinating sort of duality between Smyth and Hirata. Gangster, you've got Kensei Hirata, a 4-time winner on tour, 2 in his last 4. He's in some of the form of his life. And you've got Travis Smyth, who's been so consistent. He's knocked on the door plenty of times, but just hasn't been able to get across the line since his victory back in 2022.
Yeah, but to win a golf tournament, you do need that excellent play, which the two players are displaying at the moment, but you do need the breaks occasionally here or there, be it a long putt at a crucial time or a critical save, coming down the stretch. Perhaps Travis just not getting that sort of a break, and Hirata going through that great form, recent great form. He is getting those bonus strokes here and there. But the bottom line is it's just difficult to win a golf tournament when you've played 72 holes and hit over 260 shots, 250 shots. It all comes down to one stroke.
4 top 3 finishes last season for Travis Smyth. So very close to defending his title at the TPC, which will be the next stop on the Asian Tour schedule in a couple of weeks' time. A Taiwanese double header. Go to Linko International Golf Club first for the TPC, and then to formidable Tamsui for the Mercury's Taiwan Masters. A couple of $1 million events next on what will be a very busy next couple of months on the Asian Tour. Now back out to the 10th, Suzuki.
Just got to favor the center portion of this green if you're going to make a mistake on this hole. That's going to require a lot of his touch to save par. And starting the first round, this was his opening hole, and the very first round, these players were playing in high winds straight into. Started 3 over par through his first 4 holes, and here he is, tied for the lead.
There's only one time you want to be leading a golf tournament. That's 72nd hole Sunday. It's not how you start, it's how you finish in this game.
Just slightly uphill where the green is located, plays about 3 or 4 yards up.
Looks to be a rather juicy line, this right rough at 11 for Min-Kyu Kim.
And it's good for him that the pin is at least the center portion of the green, so it can allow for a little bit of release of the golf ball. Just didn't get all of it.
I'm not going to lie, does Travis Smyth having the bunker on 11?
Well, it looks to be clean, but that lip in front, that is just a bit of a concern. He wants to make a real clean contact, but just don't want anything thin.
Smyth to be tested for the first time. Championship Sunday. Kyung-Nam Kang towards the end of his final round. Putt for birdie on 9. Featured prominently in the final rounds of the Mekyung Open and the Kolon Korea Open. It's going to be a nice tournament once more for Kyung-Nam Kang. One of Korea's Big 4 major championships, continues to elude the 11-time winner. Majors here in South Korea, the Mekyung Open, Kolon Korea Open, the SK Telecom Open, and this, the Shinhan Donghae Open, tri-sanctioned between the tours of Korea, Japan, and the Asian Tour. Now Suzuki, short-sighted here at 10.
Looks like he's got to bump it through the area just short of the green, and there's a little bit of a downslope once he gets on the green.
there. Kosuke Suzuki.
All right, two ways to play this. One is to hit it on the short level, the lower level, and then roll it up a tier, or just fly it all the way to the top level, which Min-kyu has done.
Option B worked out well for Min-kyu Kim there.
That lane pre-stop? His lane pre-stop? Yeah.
He's ended 8 of his last 18 competitive rounds of golf inside the top 10 at the end of the day. It just gives you a sense of how well Kensei Hirata has been playing.
Looks like Travis Smyth is also going to try to fly it up on the top level, asking his caddy whether Min-kyu Kim's ball landed softly or not.
He looked to have just come out a little hot there for Travis Smyth. Maybe a little too much shaft lean at impact. Those momentum-saving putts you have to hold on Sunday, particularly when you've got a great round going, as we go back to Chan Min-jung, who's just trying to get any sort of momentum going right now. But a lot of weight and expectation placed on the big man's shoulders coming into Sunday. South Korean fans desperate to keep this coveted trophy on home soil, as Guntik Go did last year. He's been moved up on the 12th today, but that doesn't make this formidable par 3 any easier. Ikemura is finding out. So huge putt this for Travis Smyth to save par at 11. Wonderful save there for Travis Smyth. Keeps his card clean. Keeps him in a share of the lead.
And likewise for Suzuki, an excellent up and down. For any hopes of winning this tournament, 6 strokes back, still alive.
Thank you.
Some built from the middle portion of this 12th green. Everything slopes downhill towards that little ball where the pins cut today. Speed there very nicely. It's a billion.
It looks like the wind has picked up for the players this afternoon. Playing a bit into the wind, this tee shot. So to make this whole play easier, Hirata just has to make sure he stays away from the right side. That fairway bunker poses a potential trouble on the second. Just want to ease the stress anytime you're trying to close out a golf tournament.
T9 on this. Is that leaking out right as well? Carries that bunker that caught out Travis Smyth and looks to have drawn a pretty good lie. misses this weekend with this club have been out to the right. That one hitting left for Suzuki. Suzuki. Penalty area down there. Not sure if it's made it all the way into trouble.
Jung's got to be feeling like this is just a normal round, even though he is playing in the final round. Nothing is really going his way as far as giving himself chances and to capitalize. On top of that, the mistake there at the 8th, virtually killing his chances of contending. And sometimes that helps, just to freewheel things just a little bit. A good chance for Jung to pick up a few birdies coming back. You see a lot of the power hitters at impact, especially their upper body above his belt, hanging back quite a bit. That spine, where the head and the spine tilted back away from the target, creates a lot of leverage.
He's been moved up at 12 today.
It's got to be playing in the high 180s.
Yeah, so just take a little bit off this and cut it up.
It's just a little soft one.
Cut it up.
Well, we can all, for the other thing too, we can always use some of this to wash the speed off of it.
Yeah, cut it off the tree.
Yeah.
Wind's in off the left too.
Yeah. So we've got 8 left of it, right, for that slope. Yeah. So if we land it on there and it comes down this way, we're taking speed off it.
Travis Smyth and caddy Carl Rodley, known as Rochi out here on the Asian Tour.
It feels like it's dropped again.
Yeah, so do I. That's what I'm just looking at.
Telling us exactly what they're thinking of.
It just feels like if I hit this smooth, it's going to come in flat. It's just going to go over the green.
You're right, now we can get 6 there.
This is easier. Keep it left of the pin.
Yeah, well, see that microphone or whatever it is just left of the flag?
Yeah.
Because that wind has dropped.
And although the players are using the front tee,
whatever that is left of the flag on the back edge there, just go straight at that with a full one.
Yeah.
and Travis Smyth, being from Australia, is using meters, so still playing just about 200 yards. So it's become less difficult. It is still not an easy par.
And it's a 6-iron. Trying to keep this left. Use that slope to funnel it in towards this right hole location. He's going to catch that slope. He's going to try 3 yards right. Goes scuttling down towards the pin. Still a good shot though from Travis.
And when you're standing on this tee, you look at where the pin is, that area just over the greenside bunker. There's not much depth there. Players are a bit hesitant to try to take a direct line over. Mingyu Kim trying to slide one in from left to right.
Didn't get all of it. You can hear slightly heavy contact. Mingyu. I do love being able to listen into player caddy conversations. Gives you a unique perspective of how they break down the shot ahead, the options they have, strategies they would use to try and get their ball into a spot where they're comfortable. Shows you there's a lot that goes into calculating a golf shot. It's not so much, right, it's 200 yards. I hit my 6-iron 200 yards. Here you go.
Yeah,
one way to skin a cat.
Yeah, the pros and the caddies, they all look for how far the pin is away from the edges, be it the back edge, the right edge, or wherever the slopes are, just to ease the shot-making process. And for Suzuki, from that left rough, with the way the green is contoured, that's a smart shot.
So you bring into the equation, you know, rough. Is it going to come out hot? Is it going to come out slow? You add in moisture like we had on Thursday, and you very nicely explain how that affects the amount of spin that you put on a golf ball. And there's so many factors. It makes your head spin.
And that's why it beats you up mentally. It looks like they're out there playing the game of golf, but just the thought process of processing everything that the lie poses and what's around your target area.
Great shot for Hirata, but coming out of that rough, unable to get it to check. Still, will give himself a birdie look at 11. I heard a term the other day on, I believe it was the US Open coverage, the Open Championship coverage, whether a ball was going to come. I've heard of the term a ball coming out hot from rough to signify a flyer, but I've heard a discussion between is it going to come out hot or lukewarm, such as the specificity we deal with in the game these days.
So that's still on the warm side.
Yeah. Tepid. We go with tepid. Now Jung. Good clean line, middle of the fairway, short iron in hand, wedge in hand. Got to take advantage of these opportunities. Shinhan Song, two-time winner on the Japanese tour. One of those a co-sanctioned victory at the Singapore Open with the Asian tour. Tee shot here at the 17th.
Sean Norris got off to a nice start today.
Took double at the par 5 13th, which wouldn't have pleased the big South African one bit, but that's a good shot into 17. 11 uphill putt for birdie. Some great golf from Chiapo Lee. Sees Max's name onto the front page of our leaderboard. 6 under for the day is the man from Chinese Taipei with the par 5 18th to come. He's playing alongside Miguel Tabueno, who's also having a good go with things this afternoon. 3-time Asian Tour champion, 4 under at the 13th for the tournament. Miguel Tabueno on that previous page of the leaderboard. Good to see him playing well. 2022 was a bit of a difficult year for Miguel. Had a couple of health scares family-wise. His father Luigi going through a quadruple bypass. It's hard to play good golf when you're thinking about a loved one like that, but thankfully Luigi recovered well from that. Miguel went on to pick up his 3rd Asian Tour title at the DGC Open back at the beginning of 2023 and just bumped into Luigi in the hotel yesterday. Said he got in Saturday morning to watch Miguel play the weekend, and Miguel's making him proud, running just outside of the top 10 at the moment. Sundays for Ishikawa and Kobayashi. Sean Norris, Anthony mentioned he got off to that hot start and took that double at the 13th, the scoreable par 5, but he's got a birdie look to come at the 17th. Kennedy 1 over par for his round today through a dozen holes. 71s for former Asian Tour Order of Merit champion Siwon Kim and Yusaku Hosono. Sarit Suwano has got a nice group today out with his good friend Gun Charonkun and the bashful Prince Ryo Ishikawa. Suwano rode 3 under for his day. For the 3rd time this season, we're in South Korea, just outside of Incheon International Airport at Club 72's Ocean Course. You're watching the final round of the Shinhan Donghae Open, and this is Kosuke Suzuki for birdie on the 11th. For Suzuki, as we mentioned, 71st on the money list in Japan right now. Just over 40,000 US dollars. If he holds fast in solo third, he's going to double his prize winnings for the year and then some.
This is a simple putt because you are moving down a tier. All you got to do is hit a putt that's going to travel about 10-12 feet. Try to hit your point at the top of the slope. Well judged by Smyth.
Come on, Chanmin. Let's try and get something going. Birdie look at 11 for Jung. He did take full advantage of his Asian Tour status that came with his victory at the Donghae Open last year. Enjoyed a trip to St Andrews for the St Andrews Bay Championship back in 2023. See him out quite a bit on the Asian Tour. He's acclimatized well. He really fits in well with the Asian Tour crowd. So too does Min-Kyu Kim. Two of them regular travel buddies, practice round buddies when the tour heads outside of South Korea. Up and down par save after a poor tee shot at 12 for Min-Kyu.
Just a right to left break and putt here for Hirata.
Oh, Kensei Hirata moves one clear with a birdie at the 11th. How about the weekend he's having? 62 yesterday. 6 under par for Sunday. But now he heads to the scary 12th.
Yeah, players get a clear view of the green and their target, 211 yards, playing a bit downhill, so just about the 205 area, but the players will have to judge the wind correctly. It is coming into them, and trying to fit the ball in this section in the back right corner. It is possible you hit the correct shot. That slope on the left of the pin will gather the ball closer to the hole.
Quite a unique feature, this back nine at the Ocean Coast. A lot of those are rock formations. Gives some interesting definition to the inward stretch. Still playing almost 200 yards as you were describing there, Anthony. But really, this forward tee, the most gettable hole location of the week, I have to say, on 12.
Yeah, I would say so, but you do have to hit the correct shot there. But when you're looking at golf course design, especially green design, the most difficult holes to hit greens on a regular basis are the greens that are slanted from one side to the other. This green slanted from short left all the way to the right, and its depth is slender. So for those sections, your line has to be correct and your club has to be correct.
Someone's asking for it to go. Oh, it does. It'll feed into that little pocket. Good shot from Hirata.
Playing one group ahead of Hirata, Travis Smyth must birdie this hole. It's a reachable par 5 for these players. But if the wind, as Travis described on the previous hole, if it was coming into and off the left on the 12th, this is playing a slight bit into the wind.
shape of this hole sets up really nicely for Min-Kyu Kim's little sliding fade.
To start this ball just a few yards left of the pin to utilize the slope.
Kimura, third into the 13th. Holding up the entire length of the green, so options are plenty. Oof. That one really dug its heels in. It's almost a splat when it hit the green there.
Now Jung and Suzuki just being past the pin at the 17th hole. This is not an easy putt to make. That whole area around the hole looks like a right to left break, but where he's standing, it's all a left to right. Anytime you face a double breaking putt, make percentage goes down.
Big Sean Norris for birdie at 17. Oh dear. After that one quickly. Never afraid to tell you what he's thinking, Sean Norris. If you're just joining us this Sunday afternoon at the Shinhan Donghae Open, where you been all morning? It's been spectacular golf from Travis Smyth. 8 under to the turn, turned in 28, but still Hirata leads after a birdie at 11, moves it back out in front by 1 over the Australian. Hirata looking for a third win in 5 starts. To add his name to the illustrious list of former champions at the Shinhan Donghae Open. A championship that is steeped in history here in South Korea. Early days in 1981, it was an exhibition of sorts between professional golfers from South Korea and their counterparts from the land of the rising sun. This quickly evolved into one of the most popular and coveted prizes in Asian golf. Seiji Ebihara was the first man from Japan to win this championship when it was staged at Namseol. Then Shen Chung-sian won at New Korea, becoming the first man from Taiwan to win in 1986. And then so many great winners through the year. The unmistakable swing of Englishman Ed Fryatt, who triumphed in a playoff against Kevin Wentworth at Jail Country Club, and you know, need to speculate who that was. The great KJ Choi, a 2-time winner of this championship. Sam Moon Bae, the last man to win back-to-back titles, was coming at the Jack Nicklaus Golf Club, and then Ben An won when this championship moved to Bears Best. So too Gaganjeet Bhullar and Canada's Richard Lee. Sang Hyun Park set the scoring record at 22 under par, en route to his victory in 2018. The championship headed to South Africa with JB Kruger's triumph in 2019. Han Byul Kim won during the COVID pandemic in 2020 before Yosop Seo dominated the field in 2021. Then, historically, we headed across the North Sea for what was a topsy-turvy Sunday, which saw Kazuki Higa stand head and shoulders above the field in 2022, and then Guntae Ko, scenes from 12 months ago, birding the 72nd hole to force a playoff and then doing it again to claim his third title of the year. One of the great championships here in South Korea and one of the most popular in Asian golf. Who's going to scribble their name on that beautiful trophy and become the 40th Shinhan Donghae Open champion? 8 different nationalities have won this championship, but never an Australian. Travis Smyth, one behind. Kensei Hirata, Hirata's countryman. Suzuki bunkered here at 12. He has scrambled well, not only this weekend, but throughout the entire course of this championship. Kosuke Suzuki.
Just trying to follow suit, Chan Min Jung. It's starting to become that kind of a day for Chan Min.
Smyth going for it in 2 at 13. So sets up nice for his little stock fade. Started a long way left. There's a couple of bunkers up there which he needs to avoid, and a happy miss. Call that one.
Yeah, he just necked it.
Good miss.
Did not make a good contact at all whatsoever.
Sort of saying good miss there. In the game of golf, sometimes it's not how good you hit it, it's how good you miss it. That miscue not costing Travis Smyth anything as we go back to Hirata, looking to double his advantage. This for birdie at 12. He's tracking. Still one clear of Smyth. 6 holes to play. Final hole of the day for Lee Chae-po, who's 6 under par for his final round.
And now you've hit an excellent bunker shot. Just have to make sure that excellent bunker shot was worth it.
Okay, sandy save again for Kosuke Suzuki. There's times that you feel like he's running a bit of a lonely race. He's 3 behind Travis Smyth, but he's 2 clear of Tomoyo Ikemura. And holding on to bronze medal, shall we call it, in the Shinhan Donghae Open. Now Kim didn't do a very good job with his tee shot, didn't do a very good job with his layup either.
It's smart shot there by Minkyu Kim.
So young Joe on the 17th, seen a bit of him this week. Excellent shot.
Not just a wide target for these players. It's a simple par 5, whether they find the rough or the fairway.
Leader by 1, keeps it in the short stuff at the par 5 13th. Say he's outside the top 10 of the driving distance statistical category on the Japanese tour. Still averages over 290 yards. Just the way the modern game's going these days.
It seems like everybody, especially the younger players coming up in their early 20s, they all know how to swing the driver properly.
Every now and again. Suzuki. Finds the fairway here. Green very much attackable in 2 for Jung.
Ooh, please. Caught up.
Said when he put together that stellar round of 63 yesterday, it came from starting off the 10th tee in the second group of the day. Different kettle of fish. The final group on Sunday with the Shinhan Donghae Open title on the line. Now Smyth, after that happy accident of a layup, this is third. I feel like this is a must birdie hole for Travis.
He won't know he is 1 stroke behind. There is a leaderboard after the 14th hole.
On his best with a wedge in hand.
Karam Jun. The second shot into the 16th. This pin in a small section on the right portion of the screen.
Cap off a fine Sunday. Jepo Lee for birdie on the last. Just hangs that out a little bit wide. Still, that's going to be a 66 for Max Lee to end his championship. It'll be the clubhouse target at 14 under as we go back out to Minkyu Kim for birdie at 13.
And now for birdie for Sunghyun Jun. 2 under par today.
Will stay 2 under par. You mentioned it a little bit earlier, Anthony. You're trying to win golf tournaments. Well, in order to win golf tournaments, there usually comes a time on Sunday, maybe more than once, where you are asked a question. Can you make a 12-foot putt? Can you make a 15-foot putt? Can you get up and down? This feels like one of those moments this Sunday afternoon for Travis.
Well, just the fact that he's got himself in this position by making those length putts early. But it's just hard to keep that streak going of consistently making those 12-footers. It does happen. But a good opportunity missed here.
So Smyth remains one behind Hirata. Another birdie from Jungwon Lee sends him up into a share of fourth with Tomoyo Ikemura. At this moment of the back nine, I feel it's very much a two-horse race between Kensei Hirata and Travis Smyth. Sean Norris has had his chances this Sunday, but unable to capitalise on many. Richard Bay going along much better today, 5 under par for him. Asian Tour takes a couple of weeks off and then back on the road once more for the TPC. Very busy stretch of the year, a couple of events in Chinese Taipei, then back to Macau for the SJM Macau Open, where Minwoo Lee will be defending his championship. Fortnight in Thailand with a couple of international series titles on the line, and Black Mountain and the Thai Country Club, and then to the always popular Indonesia Masters. Up to a new spot in the schedule. A layup for Suzuki on the 13th. Just creeping into that first cut of rough.
It looks to be a heavy lie here for Chan Min-jung, who eagled this hole yesterday to really jumpstart his round. Not going to be the case today unless he holds out from wherever this ball ends up.
In 2 from this spot for Hirata.
It's got its dangers though, just cannot leak one out to the right of the green. Gonna find the penalty area. That's a confident swing there.
He's liking it. For good reason. Scuttles that one onto the front left edge. Hirata hasn't made a bogey since his front 9. It's the 8th hole on Friday. Some fine fettle the last 72 hours.
Travis Smyth must carry the bunker on the left side. It looks like it's on the center portion, but the way the fairway works, it works to its right and snakes its way back to the left, but it is straight over the bunkers on the left. 280 to carry, 290 to get to the fairway with a bit of assistance with the wind.
struggled for consistency. Chan Min-jung, best finish this season. The KPGA Tour are tied for 24th at the KPGA Championships. Best finish on the Asian Tour, 33rd in International Series Morocco. It's been a year of more weekends off. Chan Min-jung. Consistent for a man who we've seen can win tournaments.
Yeah, but as you're describing his finishes this year, that signifies that his ball striking is not at the level that he wants to be. He got himself in the final group with a great round yesterday, but still not 100% trusting what his mechanics are, and you put him in a pressure situation like this, playing in the final groups, those inefficiencies seem to almost magnify. And Suzuki just hanging in there tough, doesn't have his best stuff today. It slowly started to creep into his game late portion of yesterday's round. Has been able to get those up and downs to keep his scorecard somewhat level.
Mentioned that bogey-free run for Tensei Hirata. It's been 40 straight holes without a bogey. 23-year-old. Kim giving this one the full business off the 14th tee. Takes a nice friendly kick out of the step cut of rough, and he'll be able to clean that ball. Preferred lies in play for the 4th straight day this week at the Shinhan Donghae Open.
Garamjan with his birdie attempt. That's the problem, putting from the center portion of the green. It is a slow putt.
Hopefully the final stroke of the championship. Jung and Suzuki. Shonlatit Shinbongam and Sean Norris signing for 70s. So we'll pop that one in for a round of 69 as we go back to Sampilion for birdie at 14. Took a bogey at the 13th for his first blemish on his card. Outside the top 10 at the moment. Here's the Donghae Open champion. Does the fact that conceivably this championship is out of his grasp right now make it a little bit easier for Kosuke Suzuki to just do what he needs to do to secure a good finish here?
Well, that's going to be the main objective right now, being 3 strokes back, 4 strokes back. And although there's a thought in the back of your mind that you can still win this, but taking full advantage of this situation where it hasn't come for him all season long, now here he is. Just making sure that he doesn't drop any strokes coming back to the clubhouse.
On Sunday, Shinhan Song ends his week at 12 under par. Search for a victory on home soil for the South Korean will go on. Runner-up at the Korean Open at Wujong Hills in June. Twice a winner on the Japanese tour. Now Chanmin saw him employ this play on the 8th hole, just going with that 5-wood from the straggly rough. Much better fist of things this time. Good touch.
Jung Lee, his second shot into the 16th. That's the right play on this hole if you're out of position, but just the way the green is contoured, he's going to leave himself a tough two-putt.
Could see him chip that one. Come to think of it, that'll be fun in games. Hirata.
And talk about a tough two-putt. This is also, he's got to contend with a mound right in the center portion before he gets on the green. That's going to throw his ball out to the right.
Double his lead as we go across the pond to Kim's second. Just going to stay on the top of that crest for Kyu Kim.
Just a bit of left to right movement in this. It's a slight movement, so you're tempted to play straight.
Really holed out very nicely this weekend. Kosuke Suzuki. Important par saving putt. Keeps him at 18 under.
This tough pin here at the 14th. It's a small section where you can give yourself a good look at a birdie. Ideally, you want it just a few yards past the pin. Too far to the left, it'll catch a tear and roll down to a lower level.
He thought that was going in the bunker, asking for that not to plug. He'll be pleased to find out that that's actually tumbled onto the green.
That's not a bad place to be putting from. Got a good break there.
Hirata to move 2 clear. Got it. That's Hirata. Absolutely relentless. He now leads by 2. It's been a very disappointing final round. The last year's Jung Open champion.
He's going to have to use the fringe here on this putt. It will kick it to the right.
It's almost impossible to leave left of the pin. You would have had to putt it almost through the rough there. Lee. Mikumu Horikawa together a very nice round of golf yesterday to play himself into that penultimate group. Not so much the same today for Horikawa. It's the 1 under par. Championship slowly with a level par 72 in the opening round, but 65-66 got him into this position.
This 14th hole, fairway bunkers, both on the left and the right, pose problems for the players of different lengths. The longer hitters, the bunker on the right. The shorter hitters, the bunker on the left. So for a player like Suzuki, he's going to use this fairway on the right side. And the second shot into this green, you got to be careful with the hole location. Coming out of the fairway is important, but you got a small window that you're going to hit. So just to ease the difficulty of the second shot, you do have to have some good control for being in the fairway of premium today.
He's 20 under par since the last time he made a bogey. Can't see Hirata. And after that, but it looks like it's peeling off to the right. Catches up that bunker you were describing, Anthony, and that looks like it's fairly close to that little collar of rough as well.
I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get the ball on the green from there. So now Travis Smyth with this birdie attempt. Just got to watch the downhill portion, but this is fairly straight all the way to the hole.
Travis Smyth, he plays himself into contention. He's making putts right around the back nine. This point in the back nine on Sundays, the putter starts to get a little bit frosty.
I nearly lost a golf ball yesterday, hitting it into the right rough. Was able to save par.
Jung should be able to easily cover those left-hand traps with his power. A little late on that. He could be bleeding right as well for Jung. Not by much. Cling on to a piece of the fairway.
On the final hole, Sunghyun Jun putting on a nice comeback.
Almost a walk-off eagle 3 for Jun.
Started with a double bogey on the second hole today, entering the final hole nearly holding out for an eagle.
Now Minkyu Kim. Lucky that ball just stayed the right side of the slope, so a much easier birdie putt. Red and under hit, usually a recipe for success with a putter in hand. One lead for par at 16.
Currently inside the top 5. Made the cut on the number by birdieing his 17th and parring his 18th hole. Just to make it to the weekend. Making good work, but unfortunate 3-putt here at the 16th.
At the start of the season on the Korean Tour, he was a man who couldn't miss. Finished inside the top 3 in his first 3 starts of the season, first 4 starts of the season, in fact. But still, the 3rd tour title has eluded Lee. Time we see Sunghyun Jun in this championship, but it's going to be a nice closing birdie for him. 4 straight rounds of 69. So Smyth, one back of Hirata, who's bunkered, or two back of Hirata, excuse me, who's bunkered at the par 4 13th. We're into the closing stages of Championship Sunday at the 40th Shinhan Donghae Open. Nice way to end the week for Lee Chia-po and Miguel Taboina. 66 and 67 respectively for the pair of them. At the moment, good enough for a top 10 finish. A couple of former Shinhan Donghae Open champions ending their weeks at 13 under par. Byul Kim and Kazuki Higa. Ian Snyman, he's got his sister, his brother-in-law and his niece and nephew out watching Uncle Ian. I'd be pleased to see him got around a 68. Finishes championship at 13 under. Ran into them at our dinner restaurant last night, Anthony. Said his sister drove all the way from Ulsan to come and see her brother come and compete. How long's that drive?
Well, that city is near Busan, which is on the southeast portion of Korea, and we are in the northwest portion, so basically drove cross country. It all depends on when you leave your home. It could be as short as 5-6 hours or as long as 12-13 hours.
Anything for family, eh? Ian was saying that it's so nice to see his sister. 3 times a year we do come here for the Mekyong Open, the Korean Open, and this, the Shinhan Donghae Open. And regardless of whether he makes the cut, misses the cut, he's in contention or not, it's just nice to see his sister. It was good to see her last night and have a little chat at the taco place. Nice little break from Korean barbecue, as you could say. It is a popular place to come. It's a popular tournament, the Shinhan Donghae Open. Hirata. Is that lip going to be a bother? That's the million-dollar question for Kensei.
No, not at all. From here, should be just about 140 yards left for his second, and because he's far back on the front portion of the bunker, should pose no problem. Just played the safe shot from there, just left the green side bunker on the short right side of this green alone.
And he's got the advantage of being in this position plenty of times, you know, quite recently as well, so no stranger to the nerves and pressure of Sunday pressure. Now Jung.
When you're playing poorly, just can't do anything foolish here and always short side yourself.
Smyth, less than driver off the 15th tee. It's only a short par 4, so play for position and try and stick one in close with a wedge. Part 1 of the equation, successfully negotiated for Smyth. Now Min-kyu Kim.
And as the group walks off this tee, just about 40 yards, 50 yards ahead of them, there will be a leaderboard that you cannot miss. Travis Smyth will have a good idea of exactly how he stands.
Just became a father at the start of 2024, Jung-Wan Lee. Pair of twins, which he spends his time away from the game helping to take care of. That's the correct side to leave it on 17 will afford him an uphill opportunity, which he can be aggressive with. As the Korean tour says, he actually drives home all the way back down to spend some time with the family and then back on the road again. He's clocking in a lot of miles in that car of his.
And now for Hirata here, this putt's got a decent amount of break from his left. He's going to be putting up a little tier, almost in a diagonal fashion. So you will have to look out to the left just a little bit. Just increases the potential for a 3-putt, just because the amount of break that he has to play.
His pace control on these greens has been excellent throughout the course of this championship. Not the fastest surfaces we see on the Asian Tour, stimping right around 10 for the championship Sunday. Stress-free par for Kensei Hirata. Will keep that lead at 2.
Second shot for Mikyu Kim. He'll have to do his best to try to throw it past the hole. That's going to give him an uphill putt. Not there. It's going to be delicate with the speed on that putt. A lot of break from his right to left on this initially. See the ball well above his feet at where he is standing. It's never a good sign after hitting the putt immediately, just walking towards the hole. It means you've misjudged the line completely. So no chance for the ball to go in the hole. Again, throwing this ball past the hole will give him the best opportunity to hole a putt for a birdie. Even though if it's 15 feet past the hole, that's much better than 10 feet short.
Suzuki, this slider for birdie at 14.
An opportunity missed here at the 14th hole. Just 9 birdies for the players out here, so not a hole that really giving yourself opportunities.
Just a formality, you feel, for Kensei Hirata's par at 14. Too clear. 4 to play. Jungwon Lee, birdie putt upcoming at 17. Unfortunately, we have seen that a number of times this week from several players. It's not quite enough pace.
This 15th hole is definitely a birdie opportunity for these players. Just gotta avoid the water on the left, definitely. But again, a wide landing area here for the players. It's a matter of what club you want to choose off the tee to set yourself up for the correct distance for the second shot onto the green. And because the green is soft, it's not a big problem as far as judging the bounds, but the hole location today, it's right at the precipice of this mound. You're much better off being long as opposed to being short. Directly uphill from behind the hole, up and down from short of the hole.
You'd have to say, given his recent success and his lofty position on the official World Golf Rankings, Kensuke Hirata is favourite with more to play at the Shinhan Donghae Open. But hey, we've seen some crazy things happen in the game of golf. And well, recently, last weekend on the Asian Tour, Steve Luton leading by 2, coming down the last, makes double bogey, end up in a three-way playoff that took 2 holes.
Okay, let's not forget Kensei Hirata during the second round on this exact hole for his second shot out of the fairway, hit a shank. He was able to save par by holding a 40-foot putt. But like you say, a person that is in complete control, well, those freakish things can happen out of the blue. But to compare Travis Smyth and Kensei Hirata appears to have better ball control.
Last week between Luton, Aaron Wilkin and Samson Zeng. Travis Smyth narrowly missed out on that playoff. Here is Smyth. Not an easy putt this one, Anthony.
He's got to be speed conscious for the final 4 feet of this putt moving downhill.
It's coming to him so easily on the front 9. A little bit harder since he made the turn.
Just 4 more solid holes for Suzuki. Looks like off to a decent start.
Nice one,
I wonder if Chanmin Jung's going to hit the driver there.
Certainly seems so. This is Dongmin Lee on his final hole. Because Suzuki made the motion. Can I go ahead? Jung was still on the tee. Yeah, give us some fun and games, Chanmin. Well, he's teed it up like he's going to hit a driver. There it is. Furiously doing some math there, Anthony. What's he need to cover to get it close to the front edge?
It's going to be about a 325-yard carry over the bunkers on the left. 335 to the front edge of the green.
Okay, get the full send, but there's trouble left. Oh my goodness, he's left of the water. On 15, and gosh, that could be re-tee for Chanmin. Well, he gave it a go. What's he got to lose? Song Ho Yun. Oh, Garam John, excuse me. Dunk it here. married in a couple of months' time, Garam. Wishing him and the future Mrs. John all the best. But he will not be celebrating his happy day as the Shinhan Donghae Open champion. Ultimately, just not quite good enough over the weekend rounds. Garam John started off the championship so nicely with a 69 and a 65, but level past 72 yesterday and just 2 under par for Championship Sunday. That's how your Asian Tour Order of Merit stacks up through 10 events of the season. Min-Kyu Kim going to be making inroads, but won't be able to surpass Peter Uihlein, so there shouldn't be any change on that list, with Catlin still top of the shop. I believe that is the forward tee on the 15th hole. Point of entry, or a red penalty area. Keep that point between yourself and the flag. You go as far back as you want.
So it's a situation where your course strategy changes by the score that he is putting up. He is 2 over par for the round, and there's only one other score out there that's higher than Chanmin Jung, 3 over by Todd Beck. And yesterday when Chanmin Jung was having a good round, there was a hole on the front 9, 350-yard hole that he used an iron off the tee to set himself up for a full wedge shot. Today, because performing poorly on a hole where you should be hitting a shorter club just to hit a full wedge onto the green. But it is fun to see.
Give the people what they want. Unfortunately, what Chanmin Jung wants is to roll that one in for par. Now, Dongmin Lee on the 72nd hole. Just hates him as a golfer. It's turning, and then it just slips across the front edge of the cup. The scene of the crime for Kensei Hirata. Shanked it from the middle of this fairway back on Friday. The shank from Friday, far from the mind of Kensei Hirata on the 15th. Straight at it. He has got his foot on the gas pedal right now. An opportunity to stretch his lead to 3.
But his distance control with all the clubs in his bag has been stellar this entire week. You look at the tough par 3, the 8th and the 12th. They hit it in there just about 20 feet, 25 feet. And that would be much better than the average, and hitting a short club like that to a close distance. Suzuki with his second.
So excellent from Kosuke Suzuki. He's made just a shade over $40,000 US on the Japanese tour this year. Solo third pays right around $66,000 US this week in Incheon. It's Kensei Hirata. That imperious display of ball striking that has seen him assert his name at the top of the championship leaderboard. Birdie opportunity upcoming to take him 8 under par for this final round. That would move him 3 shots clear of Travis Smyth, who was 8 under par through 9 holes, but has just been stuck in neutral since he made the turn. Tomaru Utsuki has just picked up yet another birdie to move him into a share of 4th with his countryman Ikemura. Tajiro Izumida and Takehiro Hataji enjoying solid weeks here in this tri-sanctioned event between the Japanese, Korean and Asian tours. 67s for Hanbyul Kim, Kazuki Higa and Kyungnam Kang. 68 for Ian Snyman. A nice bounce back from Ryo Ishikawa after that disappointing 73 yesterday. He'll end his championship on 12 under par after closing 66. So very nearly a walk-off eagle for Song Hyun Jun, but he'll take the birdie for a 69. And the Shinhan Donghae Open title at this stage very much looking like it's heading the way of Kensei Hirata, 23-year-old from Osaka. A putt to get to 3 clear in a couple of moments' time. But first, Chan Min Jung for the unlikeliest of pars at 15. Back to 3 over par Sunday. Becoming a rather expensive afternoon for Jung. So a birdie to close for Garam Jot, ends his week as he began it with a 69, just outside the top 10.
Well, he's going to take a lot out of this week, having played in the final group on the 3rd round and the 4th round. Going to gain a lot of confidence in the fact that his ball striking really wasn't there, but was able to really capitalize on a lot of the opportunities when he did set himself up for birdies, much like this, and converting those clutch up and downs. Not over yet. It could be a fast finish by Suzuki, perhaps closing the gap between himself and Hirata. You just never know what could happen.
Well, absolutely not in this game, but if Hirata manages to roll this one in, he will get himself to 8 under par, which is the best round working on the golf course at the moment, alongside Travis Smyth. Set up a good opportunity to acknowledge some great playing from Nikiton Tipong, who's in the final group off the 10th tee alongside Bio Kim. He made 6 birdies in a row to end his front 9. He's 7 under for Sunday. We've got the perfect line read, having watched Kosuke Suzuki's putt. Hirata. 6th birdie of the day. Kensei goes 3 clear, 3 holes to play. The last real test is his next port of call, the demanding 16th, but it's looking good if you're a Kensei Hirata fan this Sunday afternoon.
Nakamura at the 16th. All the players, they do have the thought of wanting to go for the pin, but they just don't want to short side themselves, missing the green to the right. So you do see a lot of golf balls here in the center portion of this green.
That was a couple of moments ago. Now back on the tee with Travis Smyth. To a fast start, he needs a fast finish to have any sort of chance. Now trailing by 3. Smyth safely down 16.
And Minkyu Kim, much like Travis Smyth, not a birdie on this back 9.
To the last, and Jung Lee, his 3rd shot.
Ikemura putting uphill. And that mound that's on the back portion of the green influences a lot of the golf ball.
Birdie putt at 16 to try and get himself back to 14 under. Sixth year as a professional. Bill Yun finally broke into the winner's circle with the first event on the Korean schedule this season, the Donghae Open. Like you mentioned earlier, Anthony, Jung Suzuki is going to take a huge number of positives from his week at Shinhan, even though he's not going to go home with the championship trophy.
Yeah, absolutely. Although he has won on the secondary tour, the level of play, the level of competition much higher on the main tours, and especially this tournament, you have the best players from Japan, Korea, and Asia. You have the best players from this Asian region, and to be competitive like he has been, despite a lot of loose shots here and there, just to keep his score from going the wrong way, it's been a nice performance.
Oh, nice birdie there for the New Zealand Open champion, Takehiro Hataji. Take him up to 15 under par. Slow out of the blocks of the bogey at the first, but it's been perfect ever since.
For a successful 2-putt for Ikemura, the first round co-leader.
fourth alongside Tomoharu Otsuki. A great aerial view of this demanding 4/16th. It's the second hardest hole this Sunday. Just 6 birdies recorded. It's going to be Horikawa first to play. Only man at this penultimate group to make a birdie on this back nine. If you are Travis Smyth, though, Anthony, you're starting to feel a bit snake bit over the last year and a half, you have to say. So many close calls, so many close finishes.
Well, if you're performing at that level where you have top finishes, you do get disappointed that you're not pulling down the victories, but he's got to be feeling happy with how he is performing, especially his last 6 rounds. The last 3 rounds of Indonesia, 3 rounds here prior to today's round, averaging 66.5. Really in good form. That's okay there. The fact that the ball stopped pin high, that's going to give him a reasonable look at a birdie and a simple 2-putt. Any farther back towards the back portion of the green, that's when you're really thinking about not 3-putting.
So it's a good time of the year to start to find some good form. A lot of prize money available over the next couple of months on the Asian Tour. A couple of international series titles as well on the line, which will all culminate in Riyadh, Saudi Arabian capital, for the final event of 2024, the $5 million Saudi International.
And for the players that's playing on their respective tours as well, there are a big reward towards the end of the season. The Korean Tour, the Tour Championship, that is co-sanctioned with the European Tour, has a prize money of $4 million, which is basically right about 3 or 4 times their regular prize money. And on the Japanese side, the Zozo Championship at the end of October, $8.5 million, no cut, and that is about 6 or 7 times the regular prize money on the Japanese tour.
So what you're saying is you wish you were still playing golf competitively, Anthony?
Only with the skill level of these young players.
Currently sits 30th on the Asian Tour Order of Merit, Jung Lee. Adding some more precious points to that tally with a solid finish here. There's so much movement apart from that side. We saw it with Dongmin Lee earlier. Right across the face of the gut. That's a nice way to close out the week for Jung Lee. 65-67 on the weekend for Ironman. The top 10 finish for him.
Just judging by his driving so far, occasionally leaks it out to the right, but again, this golf course presents a wide landing area.
Well, he's going to find that right rough, but he still leads by 3.
And the fact that this hole is playing downwind will help Suzuki, the shortest player in this group.
He's He's certainly not going to get any run out on these fairways. They have been fairly soft and spongy. Rhythm seems to be a little bit off Chan Min-jung. It poses some problems for players with 90-mile-an-hour swing speeds, exacerbated when you're working in the mid-120s. Ikemura on 17.
Ideally, you want this ball just short right of the pin. Present a straight uphill putt. Well, green found, but not really a birdie chance.
Inspiring the next generation of stars in South Korea. Now Yun on 17. Safely on the dance floor. On the penultimate hole, Sang Pil-yun. Smyth. Birdie. Hasn't made one since the 9th.
Just uphill the first portion of this putt and a left to right break all the way to the hole.
Nowhere near it for Travis Smyth. His final round charge. Hit the skids on this backside. Hasn't done anything wrong, but hasn't been able to consolidate that birdie exploit at the front line here at the Ocean Course, and couple that with this man's relentlessness, picking up 3 birdies since he made the turn. Well, that's the difference. Hirata 3 clear of Smyth, but just straying into that rather cabbagey right rough on 16, Anthony.
And because he's coming out of the rough and this hole playing downwind, he's going to have to favor the center portion of the green and the very front edge. And if he can just trickle one on the green, that'll be a good shot from there.
A good shot of Min-kyu Kim from our little aerial camera there. That's a nice birdie for Min-kyu. First of the back 9 for the Korean Open champion. We'll see him up to 16 under par, inside the top 5. For a 7th straight par. This back 9.
Birdie look for Ikemura. I won't see too many putts hold from beyond the pin.
Suzuki. Nothing past pin high left. Tucked in that little back right plateau. that left early as he double crossed it. He skirts the bunker that caught him out yesterday. Suzuki.
I think he took 2 clubs less than the normal distance playing for the flyer. But for Kensei Hirata, that is the area that he has to avoid. That'll pose the toughest up and down. Short of the green, it's okay. Fairway cut, that would be the best place if he doesn't want to attempt to get this ball on the green.
And of course, he's got the luxury of that 3-shot cushion, which he's worked to build. This back nine. Just got to be smart here. Bogey doesn't hurt you too much. But over the back where Chan Min-jung is, you draw a bad lie, you could let Travis Smyth right back in this championship.
Good smart play from there.
Strike you as a player who's going to beat himself out there. It's very much a case of catch me if you can. Izumida, 4 under for his round. Not a bogey on the card. This one should keep chasing. Well done. So that remaining for a 67 for Izumida. Now Kim back on 17T. No one's claimed that beautiful BMW i5 hole-in-one prize yet. Does that come to the commentators if no one takes it throughout the week, Anthony?
Well, I think it's locked. For good reason, it's locked.
Flag hunting there, excellent from Min-kyu Kim.
We need to find 12 of that, don't we? 28 flag.
Gave it a mighty try, Min-kyu Kim. Looks so good in the air.
Now, I'm not sure if Min-kyu Kim, had he made the hole-in-one, be able to take the car. I just saw the color on his left side. Looked like a Mercedes logo.
Certainly wasn't a BMW. Now Atsuki. Leaving it well short. 18. So it's been a good Sunday for Atsuki. 6 under, not a blemish on his card as we go back to our final 3-ball. I'm not sure who it's first to play. Is it Chan Min-jung or is it Kensei Hirata? Might be Hirata. But certainly, if you had to pick between the two, you'd much rather be where Kensei Hirata has left it than Chan Min-jung.
Yeah, that was the only play there. And for Chan Min-jung, being out of the tournament, he took a chance with trying to hit a hero shot onto that right plateau.
Are you hitting behind it?
No, you're good.
Arguably his most famous shot of the season just past was a week where he missed the cut at the Open Championship at Hoylake, a hole-in-one for Travis Smyth at the 151st Open Championship. Dare we dream he could repeat the feat here?
And that was at the 17th hole too at Hoylake.
He's saying there's a chance.
Go hard.
Well, the man can dream, Anthony. Not his best strike by any stretch of the imagination.
Got on the green. Got on the green.
Final round charge just running out of gas. Inward half for Travis Smyth. Shot spread remains for Kensei Hirata, just short of the 16th green and 2. Travis Smyth, not exactly in birdie country on the par 3 17th. Taeho Kim was playing some brilliant golf on the other side of the golf course. At one point, all the way up to 8 under par for his round, but to take a fortunate double bogey, but still a solid way to finish his championship with a 66. That is where the action will culminate in about 40-45 minutes time. The 18th green on the Ocean course at Club 72. To see those grandstands fairly packed for this championship Sunday. Quite a number of young fans as well out in the crowd. Are there any future Shinhan Donghae Open champions out there around the 18th green this afternoon? I just wonder. As you've come to expect in South Korea, so too Japan. Very top-heavy prize purses, just over 252 million Korean won for the champion. With that 1.4 billion won prize purse. Now Jung, club face wide open here from the back edge of 16. Touch of class there from Chanmin. Touch of class. For a power player, he really does possess some great hands around the green. You see that quite a lot in golf through the years, Anthony.
Yeah, you're surprised that players that can move the club so fast, especially with their hands moving through impact area, and to have that suppleness to slow it down. It is impressive to watch.
Kimura keeps it on the fairway at the 18th. Opening round co-leader, sharing 4th at the moment. Now, Hirata with his 3rd.
And judging by his play on the par 5s, just chipping from around the greens when he misses it, going for it in 2, regularly has been putting it inside 4 feet.
Didn't quite get that one to grab, and Kensei Hirata hasn't made a bogey since the 8th hole Friday. 3-shot lead. Yeah, could just be in a little jeopardy. Certainly would be if this one drops for Travis Smyth, but we haven't seen too many putts hold from this section of the 17th green.
It's just a tough read from just past the hole. You have to judge the speed on this, slightly uphill all the way to the hole and a little bit of a downhill movement.
Not for the first time on this back 9. Doesn't even scare the hole for Smyth. Hirata to keep his lead at 3. Ooh. Well, could there yet be a little late twist in the tail? Still say that lead is comfortable, but it's no longer unassailable for Hirata. Well, hasn't been the weekend that Brad Kennedy was looking for. 50-year-old former New Zealand Open champion on the Asian Tour. He's entered for Champions Tour Q School at the end of 2024. Very keen to try and lock up his playing rights on the main tour in Japan. A couple of events left to go in the Japanese season. Now Suzuki for par. Bogey this hole for the second day in a row. Suzuki.
Looks like it might be a par for the player that was most unlikely to make par.
Genuinely good-natured gentleman, Chan Min-jung. Hope someone told him that rope took out his sunglasses. Run back and get that. Now Min-kyu, stellar tee shot on this 17th, but still a putt that will require his attention. Stuff of nightmares. Almost the full 360 there for Min-kyu Kim. Find it infuriating in the game of golf that that little tap-in counts the exact same as a 320-yard drive. It's all just one shot.
Just take care of this putt onto the par 5 18th with eagle in mind.
Safely deposited for Travis Smyth. Eagle on 18. May not be enough. Hirata leads the Japanese Tour in par 5 scoring average this season. Well, for the last time this week, Anthony, take us through the dot map on the 17th.
So the 17th hole, just 142 yards, not a long hole, playing a bit downwind. Ideally, you'd like to place it just short and right of the pin. That'll give you the straight uphill putt. You do see a lot of the birdies there from a close distance. Just the whole location today, if you're 25, 30 feet away, almost no chance of holding it. Although you see a longish birdie putt from well beyond the pin. But this hole today poses no problem for these players. Looking at the field average for greens hit today, 93%.
Just shake off that double bogey. Still too clear. Here's Hirata. Can't be anything more than a wedge or maybe just a smooth 9-iron for the 23-year-old. It's turning over. It's turning over too much. Sort of where we saw Travis Smyth in the group ahead. But no harm done for Hirata. Not with the two-shot cushion.
And generally an inside-out delivery into the golf ball. In conditions like this with the wind blowing just off the right and helping any sort of a contact with this slightly closed club face. You have to watch out for the ball moving quickly to the left. Now Suzuki looks like he's got third place locked up. Two clear of Otsuki, Ikemura, and Min-Kyu Kim, who is yet to play the 18th.
Birdie this hole yesterday with a fabulous chip in from the left-hand side of the green.
It's not what he needed. Just adding that little bit of a doubt whether he's going to walk off this green with a par or not.
Always nice to see good crowds out on Sunday afternoon, especially when we roll into South Korea. Really are a golf-loving nation, the South Koreans. One of their favorite sons, their national champion for this year, Min-Kyu Kim, on the final tee.
Stop, please.
He doesn't know exactly how he stands in the tournament. He knows that he's not going to win, but it is a three-way tie currently for fourth place.
Much like that ninth tee, this tee box on the 18th, a good 25 yards above the level of the fairway, so you get one started offline. It can veer offline in a hurry, but you do get some good extra carry off the tee as we go further up this par 5 for Sang Pil-yoon's third. You said, Anthony, just can get a little bit stressy if you're Kosuke Suzuki right now. The longest of the 4 par 5s here at the Ocean course. Must find this fairway for Travis Smyth. You find this fairway, you can attack into. It's a club that has given him problems over the last couple of months. It's been working well on Sunday. Leave anything in the tank there, Travis Smyth. Seems to like it. So he should. Started working with a new coach at the beginning of 2023, Dean Kinney. Hard work certainly paying off for the Australian as we go back to Suzuki's second.
What compounds the difficulty of this shot is that once he gets on the green, he's going to fight the uphill and then got to be careful of a slight downhill the last 2 feet.
Almost replicating what he did yesterday on this hole. It'll be a little sigh of relief for Kosuke Suzuki. Par guaranteed after that lovely little chip. Keeping 2 clear of Otsuki, Ikemura, and Min-Kyu Kim. Well, he's birdied this hole every single day, Chan Min-jung. He's going to have to do it from the front right edge of the green on Sunday, though. Just see, took a little wobble straight off the putter face. Should mention that not just the Ocean course, but the other 3 courses here at Club 72 receive a lot of play throughout the course of the year. Night golf offered as well. 2 of the layouts here. Course would be excused for looking a little weathered in some places. A lot of foot traffic, a lot of divots, but it's been presented in very good fashion for this major championship here in South Korea.
They're just trying to get this putt to within tap-in distance, just to relieve the tension of having to stress over a 3 or 4 foot par putt. Once again, looking from this end, you're looking at a slow putt for most of the way, but then you do see the hole that is tilted away from you.
Tend to find that those 3 putts in the game of golf caused by poor speed control versus poor line reading. Hirata's pace putting has been great all throughout today and this week. That good putting touch will see him take a 2-shot lead down the 72nd hole. You'd be tempted to say one hand on the trophy, but with 18 playing as a par 5, still got to get the job done. Ikemura looks like he's got relief from the grandstands to the left of this green. Just going to be a bit of a wait. Back in the fairway, and of course, back on the tee as well. Good to see plenty of youngsters out there on the 18th. Is there a future Asian Tour champion amongst them, I wonder? Now, Yun for a birdie. Has it got enough? There's your answer. Disappointing for Sang-Pil Yun. 3 under par front 9. Not a birdie on his back 9. 71 to end his week in a share of 20th. The man in control right now, Kensei Hirata. Seeking a 5th career victory. And the 3rd in 5 starts.
Ikemura, her final round of 4 under par.
Great effort, just burns the right edge for Tomoyo. championship for the two-time winner on the Japanese tour. It's his week with a 69. He'll certainly be improving on his current money list position in Japan of 29th. Nice paycheck heading his way.
It's been a tough day today for Yujiro Hohori. 1 over par.
What a nice way to end. Birdie 4, level par 72 for Ohori. So just 2 groups left to play this 18th hole, and Min-Kyu Kim gonna lay it up here. The moment in a 3-way tie for 4th, if he could break out of that, pinches a couple of more pennies for him, a couple more points as well. Genesis points this in the Asian Tour Order of Merit. Now Smyth looks like it's going to be a layup for Travis as well, and this is a interesting decision. You've got nothing to lose at this point. You're 3 clear of Suzuki. You trail Hirata by 2. Maybe just a touch too far back, perhaps.
Yeah, perhaps that is the only reason that he is laying up. The wind is helping, though. And we've seen players from even as far as 290 out attempt to go for the green and 2 if the wind is in their favor.
Kensei Hirata, we to his 62 yesterday, put it on this green from 290, and Travis Smyth hasn't laid it up into the best of spots. Puzzling decision there from the Australian. Times in the game of golf, you've presented with the option: do you go for it, do you lay it up? You choose to lay it up and you hit in a spot like that. That is very poor indeed from Travis. That's just made the task of Kensei Hirata a whole lot simpler. Figuring from that spot, birdie unlikely for the Australian. Taking it right. There is trouble down the starboard side of 18. It's just caught that fairway trap for Chan Min-chung. Safely down the fairway, proverbially one hand on the trophy for Kensei Hirata. I'm still flabbergasted at Smyth's decision for that second.
Well, he may have been caught in between clubs. You know, with the makeup of his bag, he couldn't fit the distance with the clubs that he had. Definitely didn't want to go over the green. It's a tough up and down coming back because the way the hole is cut, it'll be downhill slope coming back from the back portion of the green.
With that in mind, you're thinking, if I get it somewhere around, even if I'm past the back of the green, it's more likely that I'm going to, you know, scare the hole for my third shot from over the back than I am from, what, 100 yards away? You'll never know. We will never know, but what we do know is that that man is in firm control of the 40th Shinhan Donghae Open Championship. Kensei Hirata marches off the 72nd tee with a 2-shot lead. Fantastic close to the championship for Nittitorn at 64 today. For the three-time Asian Tour champion, sees him alongside fellow Thai Chonlatit Shinbongam in a share of 28th and 11 under par. And it just shows you how quickly things can change. The game of golf, Nittitorn was 3 over par through 9 holes in the opening round. Played a stretch of 3 holes on his back nine, the front nine of this golf course, in 4 under to shoot a 71, or 70, excuse me. Back that up with a very quality 71 to squeak into the weekend on the number. And he ends his championship with a 64 today to post the low round of Sunday. Carries a 2 million Korean won prize for the daily best score every single day. So well played, Nittitorn. 69s for Suwanarut Asaji Yogiso, 71 for Siwan Kim. Sujipat Pratipyenchai had an ice pack out earlier, and you know it's warm when the Thais start getting ice packs out, trying to keep him cool. Just the level par 72 for him today. Disappointing finish for Kyung Jung Moon, taking a double bogey 7 at his final hole for a level par 72. Brad Kennedy will be left to rue a disappointing weekend. 71 yesterday for Brad, 74 to end his championship. Minkyu Kim, after laying it up onto the 18th, this is third to the closing par 5.
Yeah, just thinking a final hole birdie just to pick up an extra cash.
Give himself a look. Minkyu Kim. Morikawa. Nice shot there from Ikumu Horikawa. Just outshone a bit by his 2 playing partners. Now Smyth, very awkward here, coming into the green on 18. This is third.
It'll be interesting to see how they analyze the second shot there. If you're going to lay up and give yourself a chance at holding out even from the fairway for your third shot, you would think that you would pick a club that even if you pulled, that you won't end up in a trouble spot like that.
Yeah, hindsight's always 20/20. In golf, in life. Peru with that decision, now playing 4. coming. Keep coming. Nicely done from Travis Smyth there. We were sitting in the commentary box and he made birdie on 6. We thought, right, off we go. Fortunately, it's been just stuck in neutral for that back nine. Now Hirata sensibly laying up with his second. No need to do anything flashy with that 2-shot cushion. And that's what you're talking about with the layup. Even if he had pulled that, it would have been nowhere near any sort of trouble for Kensei. Imagine it'd be a similar sort of shot for Suzuki, protecting that bronze medal position, we'll call it. It's solo third at the moment.
Sure.
Jung just stayed out of that right bunker, but he too will have to be playing this par 5 the conventional way from that right rough.
To break away from a pack of players as 4 under or tied for 4th place.
Nice finish to the week for Min-Kyu Kim, 66-68 on the weekend. And his championship, 17 under par and in solo 4th. I always find that a nice touch, Anthony. Gallery walking up the 18th hole.
They get a nice up-close view of the action in hand. Now, Horikawa putting directly uphill for his birdie to finish the round 3 under par for the final round.
Good birdie there from Horikawa, 69 for him. Top 5 finish for Mikumu Horikawa alongside his countryman Tomoharu Otsuki. Now Smyth, par to set the clubhouse mark at 21 under. This putt was pretty hard from left to right. Putts have lacked pace this back line. Got to be committed with his speed here. Well done. Made hard work of it, but it's a 5 at the end of the day. Equals the low round of Sunday, a 64 for Travis Smyth. But once again, he might be left to rue what could have been on Championship Sunday. Tread back in the right direction. Australian. Stage now clear. The final 3 men on the golf course. Jung, Kensei Hirata, Kosuke Suzuki.
Suzuki's got to feel a sense of accomplishment heading into this tournament. Not really in form. And when you enter a tournament, you really don't know how that tournament is going to play out. And getting thrown into the spotlight as the midweight leader in this event, to handle himself admirably, considering that he didn't have his best ball striking. a situation where starting out the tournament in the first round, he holed out from just about 25 yards for eagle on the 5th, and the very next day had another hole out from about 20 yards at the 12th for a birdie. And making the late chip and birdie at the 17th yesterday, you're thinking, maybe this is my week. In the end, it's not to be, but it's going to be a high finish here for Suzuki.
He's only ever finished one round of golf as a professional with the lead, and that was after an opening 65 at the Sansan KBC Augusta Championship back in 2023, won by Han Song. Min-Kyu Kim distributes some of his golf balls to the fans left of 18. We'll go to Hirata's third shot. Should be able to enjoy the walk. Kensei Hirata leading by 2 up the last. Just through the back of the green, but again with that 2-shot cushion. Shouldn't be any stress at all coursing through the body of Hirata now. Chan Min, a difficult Sunday for him. He'd love to end with a birdie, give the fans something to cheer about. He's given himself a chance. Shown great character, Chan Min-jung, even through his struggles. And that is your man of the moment, Kensei Hirata, who began his championship 3 over par through his first 4 holes, but has produced some sublime golf befitting of the man who came into this championship as the highest ranked player in the official world golf rankings. He'll climb a couple of spots, to say the least. Going to bank a nice check, and he's going to spend another week in the winner's circle. And for Kosuke Suzuki, take a great measure of pride in how he's handled himself in the cauldron of pressure, playing in the final group for 2 straight days. Finish for him in a championship in a year he's really needed something special to try and keep his playing rights on the Japanese tour. Chan Min-jung will learn from this experience. Vaulted into this position by virtue of a 63 yesterday. He has come tumbling down the leaderboard with some poor golf and some loose swings. And he needed consistency the most on Sunday. Kensei Hirata to put the finishing touches on what's been a superb display of golf this week at the Shinhan Donghae Open. Leads by 2, just over the back of the green with his 3rd on the 18th hole. Only the 4th Japanese winner of the Shinhan Donghae Open, matching the efforts of his compatriot Kazuki Higa in the Koma Country Club in 2022. But first, Kosuke Suzuki, 2 putts from here, and he's got 3rd place all locked up. Not to be his weekend in the sun, but that is a stellar performance from Kosuke Suzuki, and he can be very proud of the way that he's played this week at the Shinhan Donghae Open. He'll match his best ever finish on the Japanese tour, a 70 to end his week. You'd love to see him just do it in style, wouldn't you, Anthony?
Well, it's going to be a bit unlikely coming out of this heavy rough. The ball might bobble one way or the other, slightly downhill all the way to the hole. But just the display that he showed this week with his ball striking capabilities, a little bit loose with the driver, but especially his iron play, setting up numerous close birdie attempts.
Well, it's not going to do in style, but all you have to do is have it near the top of the leaderboard at the end of play. Led by 3 at one stage. A bogey here will give him a one-shot win. Yeah, you're right, Anthony. Since that sluggish start, he really has played like the world-class talent that he is.
You know, and judging by his performance this year and past year as well, he is becoming a regular winner on the Japanese tour. Even with a poor start like that, he knows that if he's given enough holes with fairer conditions, he played under heavy winds, so he knows that he just got to plod along and he'll be there come Sunday. And for Chan Min, who started the round in 3rd place, currently in 28. But nice to see him finish off, finding the 2nd birdie of the round.
Frustrating 74, but a smile that has never left the face of Chan Min Jung.
He's got to be on top of the world with his recency in the amount of tournaments that he is winning. Granted, last week was a rain-shortened event, reduced to 36 holes, but we did hear from the players that played in that event. They were playing in some high winds there, a lot of rain, and for him to go out and post a really good round in the 2nd round to be declared the winner at the conclusion of 36 holes, and this week, just a beautiful display.
Kensei Hirata, your winner of the 40th Shinhan Donghae Open. Just snuck across the line with that one-shot victory. It will matter not. Hirata in the winner's circle again. 2024, his first Asian Tour title, his 5th career title on the Japanese Tour. And for a player who has yet to miss a cut in 2024, a season that has been the picture of consistency, Hirata will stand head and shoulders above the rest of the competition this week in Incheon. Nice to see his friends and colleagues from the Japanese Tour there to douse him in what has become a traditional little water bath off the side of the 18th green. Not a bad way to cool off. It's been a rather warm one this Sunday. Started with this championship, started under gloomy skies, overcast conditions. We had a little downpour and things were a little bit miserable on Thursday, and Kensei Hirata had to play through the bulk of those tricky conditions. But absolutely drenched on Thursday. He will not mind one bit being drenched on Sunday afternoon. Kensei Hirata, just the 4th Japanese player to win the Shinhan Donghae Open. Doing so, he ties the tournament scoring record here of 22 under par, set by Sang-hyun Park back in 2018 at Bears Best. Smyth so close once again on the Asian Tour, but a really nice round of 64 for the Australian will give him yet another runner-up finish on the Asian Tour. Kosuke Suzuki will round out your top 3, and a great closing birdie from Minkyu Kim sees him snag 4th place all by himself. But Kensei Hirata will be the toast of the town in Incheon this Sunday evening. He prevails by 1 at the 40th Shinhan Donghae Open. Terrific golfing from Kensei Hirata. Many congratulations to the 23-year-old from Osaka. More from the Ocean Course at Club 72 in just a couple of moments. Nice size clean check heading the way of Kensei Hirata. 252 million Korean won. It's just over 191,000 US dollars. Thanks to our friends at the Shinhan Financial Group for the continued support they have provided us throughout the years at this championship. Always do love coming to Korea, Anthony. You just know there's something special every time we come to the land of morning calm, and this time it was the turn of sun from the land of the rising sun. Hirata wasn't able to do it in some flashy fashion, but it won't matter one bit to him.
A win is a win. It doesn't matter that he could finish with a bogey. He outplayed everyone in the field. And through that tough start, because of the tough conditions that he had to endure during the first round, probably wasn't thinking about winning the tournament at that moment. Even halfway through the event, after 36 holes, he was 7 strokes back of the leader, but put in that splendid round in the 3rd round to position himself and then to come out and perform, playing in the final group, being chased by players, especially in Travis Smyth, putting up the score early and responding like he did. It was an excellent display.
Relentless stuff from Kensei Hirata. He was caught by Smyth at one point, but ultimately a one-shot victory. I alluded to that slow start, Anthony. He was in 57th at the end of play Thursday. Got back into a share of 22nd on Friday, and well, ended Saturday with a share of the lead, and well, ultimately a 1-stroke margin of victory over Travis Smyth. As we coast down the leaderboard, pick on your favorite players. Chiapo Lee and Miguel Tabuena played side by side today. They will end this championship side by side on the leaderboard at 14 under par. Ian Snyman from South Africa, another nice week for Ian. Tied for 13th. Ryo Ishikawa bouncing back well after that round of 73 on Saturday, a 66 to close for the 20-time titleist. A bit of a disappointing end to his championship. Back 9 of 2 over par 38. Chan Min-jung at least ending with a birdie for around a 74 to sit level with Yun. But that is our champion, Kensei Hirata. You'd like to say he was tested. He was asked some questions this Sunday afternoon, but he had the answers the whole time.
Yeah, the way he just placed those iron shots in the correct spots, and this golf course is a birdie fest basically. Plenty of birdie chances, so you're going to have a bunch of short wedges into many of those greens, so you expect those birdies. But what separates him is those middle irons, the long irons, especially the tough par 3s, to be able to get away there with easy 2 putts by hitting good shots in there. Didn't really see the struggles that other players were facing who didn't have that great of a ball control.
man from Japan to win the Shinhan Donghae Open. Second time a Japanese player has hoisted that trophy in the last 3 years. Looks like we're just about set to have our champion walk out through that players' walkway onto the 18th green for the prize presentation formalities, which will take place shortly. Again, we'll have a short break on the Asian Tour before we get things back underway at the Yangda TPC the last week of September at Linko International. Then we traverse a short hop over to formidable Tam Sui for the Mercury's Taiwan Masters. Start of a busy stretch of golf, 6 in a row in fact on the Asian Tour. Trips to Macau, Black Mountain, the Thai Country Club, and Royal Jakarta to round out the month of October. Then another trip to Taiwan before a busy 3-week stretch with a return to Fan Ling at the Ling Hong Kong Open International Series Qatar. And it all culminates at the Riyadh Golf Club the first week of December. The PIF Saudi International, $5 million on the line. If you're Travis Smyth, yes, you're a little bit disappointed with the way that things panned out in the end, but you can take great pride in the way you played golf on that front nine, and a runner-up finish and a good time to be finding some much-needed form.
Yeah, and the players, all they're looking for is constant improvement. As long as they can go out there, perform, and get the scores that they think they deserve to get by their ball striking, working on the ball striking, working on the driving and your iron shots, just to set yourself up with those makeable birdie putts and converting those, and also to move around the golf course thinking clearly with your mind. And the more you do it, the better you're going to be as far as getting that continuity. And for Travis Smyth, all he's looking for is just raising that consistency.
It's going to be his third top 5 finish in his last 4 starts on the Asian Tour. Travis Smyth, his best finish of the season as runner-up at the Shinhan Donghae Open.
갤러리 여러분, 다시 한번 매분 매초 진검승부를 보여준 우리 선수들에게 뜨거운 박수로 존경과 격려를 보내주시기 바랍니다. 감사합니다.
Began as a friendly competition between professionals from South Korea and their compatriots in Japan. Since its humble beginnings in 1981, it has grown, it has gone from strength to strength. It's been a celebration of friendship, and since the Asian Tour got involved, making this a tri-sanctioned event, it's really been a wonderful addition to the schedule and such a popular stop on the Asian Tour calendar. It's one you circle every single year.
여러분 큰 박수로 환대해 주시기 바랍니다. 네, 매년 멀리서 대회장을 찾아주고 계십니다. 감사합니다. 이어서 본 대회 주관사 임원을 소개하겠습니다. 한국 프로골프협회 김원섭 회장님, 아시안 투어 조민탄트 CEO님, 일본 프로골프 투어 모로호시 유타카 회장님 함께해 주셨습니다. 노고의 뜨거운 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
The representatives of the Japanese Tour, the Asian Tour, and the Korean Tour all present there alongside the chairman of the Shinhan Financial Group.
이어서 정상혁 신한은행장님이십니다. 감사합니다. 마지막으로 한국 스네그 국가대표 어린이 선수들을 소개하겠습니다. 네, 골프의 미래를 이끌어갈 선수들입니다. 큰 박수 감사드립니다.
Juniors from the Snag Golf national team here in South Korea.
시상식을 진행하도록
there to
하겠습니다.
welcome
먼저
our champion
특별상입니다.
Kensei Hirata
특별상은
for the
한일
prize
우정상
presentation ceremony.
이 상은 40회 신한동해
Pop quiz for you, Anthony. What does SNAG, the acronym SNAG, stand for?
It is Start New at Golf. It's an initiative to get the youth involved in the game of golf in a slightly different manner than the traditional way of playing golf. You're using plastic clubs and you've got these targets, much like you play golf with those Velcro balls that stick, and you're given points. So it's a game as well. So there's the entertainment aspect to keep the youngsters interested.
It's a wonderful way to introduce this great game to the next generation of stars. So our thanks to Snag Golf for their support, and good to see the Snag Golf national team of South Korea there to be part of the prize presentation ceremony. Now, earlier on in the week, in homage to this great friendship between South Korea and Japan, the Egan Lee Friendship Prize players voted for the player that reflected friendship values best between the Japanese and Korean tours. And they voted well. Jung Song from South Korea, who plays most of his golf in Japan, and of course, how can you look past Ryo Ishikawa, one of the great ambassadors of the game for many years now. First broke on the scene when he won a professional golf tournament at the age of 15 years and 8 months. He's picked up 19 more since, and well honored there, Jung Song and Ryo Ishikawa.
시상은 본 대회의 대회장이신 신한금융그룹 진옥동 회장님께서 수고해 주시겠습니다. 박수로 모시겠습니다. 네, 그 어느 대회보다도 치열한 명승부로 기록된 이번 대회
Moments
우승자에게는
away from
대회 트로피,
striding
우승 자켓과
back onto
우승
that 18th green
상금
once more to lift that beautiful trophy and
수여되겠습니다.
pick up his check for just over $191,000 US.
우승자는 4라운드 합계 266타 22 언더파를 기록한 히라타 겐세이 선수입니다. 여러분 뜨거운 박수로 우승자를 맞이해 주시기 바랍니다. 축구와 함께 영광의 향기를 함께 걸어가고 있습니다. 어린이 스네그 골프 국가대표들과도
To present the championship trophy to our champion, the chairman of the Shinhan Financial Group, Mr. Ok Dong-jae. Also that beautiful trophy and that handsome paycheck. So Hirata will also receive the winner's jacket, also to be presented by Mr. Ok.
다시 한번 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 자, 우승 자켓 씌어가 있겠습니다. 진옥동 회장님께서 우승자에게 우승 자켓을 입혀주고 있습니다. 영광의 순간이 될 텐데요. 자, 이어서 꽃목걸이를 한번 걸어와 주시기 바라겠습니다. 네, 자켓과 꽃목걸이로 우승자의 멋진 모습을 완성해 보았습니다. 자, 이어서 트로피 가능하실까요? 우리 신한동해 오픈의 트로피 무겁기로 유명한데요. 14kg입니다. 네, 지금 영광의 순간 함께하고 계십니다. 여러분, 다시 한번 찬사의 박수 부탁드립니다. 이 시간을 위해서 얼마나 자신과의 싸움을 계속해 왔을까요? 한계와
Congratulations, Kensei Hirata, winner of the 40th Shinhan Donghae Open crown.
자, 그럼 시상 보드를 들고 함께
Become
기념 촬영
awfully used to
진행하도록
this feeling,
하겠습니다.
Anthony.
우승
Third
상금
week
이어고척
of
200만
2024
원
in the winner's circle.
자, 사진 찍겠습니다. 하나,
Yet to finish
둘,
outside the top 10 in his last
네,
5
여러분 큰
starts.
박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 역사의 한 장면으로 기록될 순간이 되겠습니다. 네, 조금 더 사진 촬영 이어가 보도록 하겠습니다. 많은 사진들을 기록으로 남길 수 있도록 여러분 계속해서 따뜻한 시선으로 바라봐 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 감사합니다. 고맙습니다. 다시 한번 시상해주신 진옥동 회장님께도 큰 박수 보내주시기 바랍니다. 선수께서는 인터뷰를 위해서 잠시만 그대로 대기를 부탁드리겠습니다.
まずはじめに、このような素晴らしい大会を開催してくださいました、新阪金融グループのジン・オクドン会長様と大会関係者の皆様に、心より感謝申し上げます、また KPGA アジアンツアーの皆様も、共催していただき、本当にありがとうございました、またここにたくさん集まった、ギャラリーの皆様も、18ホール通して心強い声援をいただき、とても力になりました、本当にありがとうございました。また、この優勝で、世界に挑戦できる権利をいただいたので、また世界でも活躍できる選手になれるよう頑張ります、ありがとうございました。
네, 제가 그러면 간단하게 통역을 해드리도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 이와 같이 훌륭한 대회를 마련해주신 신한금융그룹 진옥동 회장님 그리고 관계자 여러분들께 진심으로 감사의 말씀을 전하고 싶습니다. 그리고 공동 주관을 해주신 KPGA 그리고 아시안 투어 관계자분들께도 진심으로 감사드립니다. 아울러 오늘 함께 해주시고 라운드 내내 함께 해주신 갤러리 여러분들 18호를 돌면서 정말 뜨거운 성원을 해주신 덕분에 큰 힘을 얻을 수 있었습니다. 이를 통해서 저는 또 세계에 도전할 수 있는 권리를 얻게 되었습니다. 앞으로 더 멋지게 세계에서 활약할 수 있는 선수가 될 수 있게끔 노력하겠습니다. 앞으로도 잘 부탁드리겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Shinhan Financial Group, Chairman Jung and also the tournament officials for having a successful tournament. I also want to thank KPGA, Asian Tour, and JGTO for your hosting. And also, of course, the gallery that has been with me every step of this tournament. It was because of you I was encouraged to bring my A game, and I will play even better in the world tournaments. Thank you very much.
감사합니다. 이렇게 우승 소감 들어보았고요. 감사 인사도 함께 전해 들었는데요. 여기에서 우승을 만들어준 분수령을 또 안 들을 수가 없겠죠. 한번 여쭤보고 싶습니다.
そうですね、ショット、パットともに、すごい良くて、それがこのいいスコアで回れた要因かなと思います。
네, 우승을 만들어준 분수령 그리고 결정적인 결정타에 대해서는 쇼트 퍼트 너무나 좀 좋아서 스코어가 올라가는 좋은 어떤 계기가 되지 않았나, 요인이 되지 않았나라는 말씀 전해주셨습니다. 진심으로 감사합니다. 인터뷰는 그러면 네, 영어로 한번 여러분들께 전달을 하도록 하겠습니다.
If you ask me, the reason why I won today's tournament is probably because I really brought it for my short game. So thank you very much for everyone that's watching.
네, 감사합니다. 자, 이렇게 해서요, 인터뷰 함께 진행을 해보았고요. 캐디분과 함께 기념 촬영 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 여러분 다시 한번 멋진 플레이로 영광의 순간을 거머쥔 우승자에게 뜨거운 축하의 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 네, 캐디분 같이 사진 찍을 수 있게끔 모셔와 주시면 감사하겠습니다.
He said he attributed that victory to his solid short game, but really, Anthony, statistically speaking, he was magnificent with iron in hand, and he created opportunities for himself. Didn't pressure that short game too much, but when he needed it, it was there.
Yeah, I think he's just talking about his short game play on the par fives. All the par fives are reachable and two, and a lot of times you are going to miss it in the area around the greens, and to set himself up for those short birdie putts by hitting those nice pitches, and that is what he is attributing that to.
The recipe for success brewed to perfection by Kensei Hirata, our champion this year at the Shinhan Donghae Open. Where's Kensei's picture going to go in that mural, I wonder? Another near miss for Travis Smyth, but there will be a small consolation in the form of a $116,000 paycheck, heading the way of the Australian, as well as 285 points of the Asian Tour Order of Merit. Solid finish will see him climb inside the top 10. He started the week 11th. Smyth making the right moves as we head into the tail end of 2024. Kensei Hirata, the victor, here at the Shinhan Donghae Open. Ishikawa will headline the group at a share of 20th. Nice finish to the week for Rataman Wanasarichan, the former Thailand Open champion, continuing to find some good form once again. And Yubin Jang, that lead at the top of the Genesis points list on the Korean Tour, getting awfully tight with Min-Kyu Kim's solid solo fourth finish. Kawamoto, Johan Song also at 12 under par mark, and great round of 64 to end the week for Nititon Tipong. He'll share 29th with Kataoka, Norris, and his fellow Thai, Shunmatit Shinbungam, who narrowly lost in a playoff in his Maekyong Open debut to Hong Taek Kip back in May. Poor final round of 72 slips Yujiro Ohori down the leaderboard. Junbei finishing up with a 67. Jae-kyung Lee a 66 as we look back fondly on what was a very exciting final round here at the Ocean Course, Anthony.
Travis Smyth starting the day 3 strokes behind the leaders, birdied the first, and at the second, continuing that birdie streak, off to a flying start.
You would also pick up a birdie at the par 3 third, and then hit this approach into the short par 4 fourth, which would have been bang on line for him. Just came up a touch short, but when he needed it, that putter was there to help continue that momentum. Travis Smyth roll this one in for 4 in a row to start the day, and you know you need a hot start here at the Ocean Course, and Smyth certainly delivered.
Could not have asked for a better start, and especially early in the mornings when the greens are at its smoothest, you do have to hold those putts early just to get that momentum going, and unable to hit the green into at this short par 5, but missed it in the correct side with a lot of green to work with, left himself in a perfect position just underneath the hole. And once again, that putter cooperating early in Travis's round.
It's one of those times where you're thinking, could this be my day? Especially when you make your 6th birdie in a row here at the par 4 6th. Then at the 7th, coming down the hill just through the green. Crafty little use of that 5 wood. Judge the speed to perfection. 7 in a row equals the Asian Tour record for most number of consecutive birdies to start a round of golf. Smyth was on the rise.
Now Kensei Hirata playing in the final group, the group behind Travis Smyth, starting out as one of the co-leaders, making his stamp early, getting that opening hole birdie. And here You do have to make a birdie at this hole. Everyone in the field birdies this hole, but when you hit a second shot in here like this, you want to go and capitalize on that. It'll be an eagle attempt, which you can say Hirata will successfully convert.
Yeah, at that point of the championship, he was one shot behind Kosuke Suzuki and Travis Smyth, but the eagle leapfrogged him into the solo lead, and he would get up and down here for birdie at the 7th, much like Smyth did. That would take him to 20 under par, and we thought at this point they were going to shatter the 22 under par 72-hole scoring record at the Shinhan Donghae Open, but just wasn't quite the case.
And just a few minutes before, Travis Smyth walked off with a beautiful birdie by hitting a second shot just into about 2 feet. Kensei Hirata a bit wide of the target. Will he catch Travis Smyth at this point at 21 under? Yes, he will. Make him turn 5 under par.
Good break on 11, pushed his tee shot out wide, but drew a nice lie in that right-hand rough. Unable to get it to stop, but left it on the correct level of the green. We've seen this on more than one occasion throughout the course of the championship. Hirata's putter heating up at the perfect time. That moved him into the solo lead, and he would never relinquish that, not when he had eagle opportunities. This was at the 13th. Wasn't the easiest of putts. Had a big mound to contend with, but once again his pace just bang on, about as good as he could have done from that spot. And well, time and time again, we said it at this point in the show, just simply relentless, Anthony.
Yeah, and with this successful conversion, that's a 2-stroke lead, and you are getting the feeling that it is all up to him. All he has to do is take care of business coming in, and he would do that with this fantastic effort.
Sight of the Hosel rocket on Friday. No such mucking about on Sunday. Another stellar wedge shot. Another rock-solid stroke. Hirata's lead grew to 3. 3 holes to play.
And at the 18th, with the pleasure of having a 2-stroke lead after coming off a bogey at the 16th, just his 3rd shot straight over the pin. And now he's just enjoying the fact that he's got this tournament wrapped up.
Had the luxury of taking 3 to get down from here. Well, you can afford to take 3. Take 3, I guess. Couldn't set the scoring record by himself, but it would matter not. Equals Sang-in Park's 22 under par total from 2018, and will etch his name on the Shinhan Donghae Open trophy. The 4th player from Japan to win the coveted crown, Kensei Hirata, our champion in 2024 by a single shot over Travis Smyth. Final confirmation then of that leaderboard. Hirata by 1 over Smyth. Suzuki equaling his best ever finish as a professional golfer, a 3rd at 18 under. And a nice finish there for Min-Kyu Kim, birdieing the 72nd hole for outright 4th. Picks up a couple of extra points on both the Asian Tour and Korean Tour points list. A couple of dollars as well, pinching them from the pockets of Otsuki, Horikawa and Ikemura, who'll share 5th at 16 under par. A good top 10 for the likes of Chiapo Lee and Miguel Teboyna. You know, it's the 3rd time we've been to South Korea this year, Anthony. Jung Open back in May. That was a thrilling finish, a playoff between Shin Bong-am and Hong-taek Kim, and then it was Min-Kyu Kim being dominant at Woo-jong Hills once again. Hirata's final putt, well, Hirata's beautiful performance throughout the course of this championship. A nice way to put the ribbon on another successful year in Korea on the Asian Tour.
Yeah, we come to Korea once in spring, once in the summer, and once in the fall. And we talked about this earlier about how each venue presents different challenges and what the players come in already knowing what they require to have success at those venues. The Maekyong Open in the spring, there's a certain strategy for that golf course, and the Woojeong Hills for the Korean Open, there's a certain strategy for that as well. So the players are well prepared. And this week, even having that experience of having this event here last year with the lower scoring, everyone coming in here with the mindset of going out and making their birdies, shooting a low number to have a chance to contend. But overall, all the players, they do enjoy coming to Korea. Korea's got great food, and for others, they're looking to do leisure things outside of golf. There's plenty of options as well. So it's been a great year back in Korea.
Yeah, can't wait to come back in spring for the Maekyong Open, which will be staged once again at historic Namseol Country Club, where Hong Taek Kim will look to defend the title. As far as fall in Incheon goes, there's only one name on everyone's minds, and that's Kensei Hirata, our champion here at the Shinhan Donghae. Well, it's been another enjoyable and memorable week from the commentary box alongside you, Anthony, and well, we've got quite the finish to 2024. A couple of weeks in Chinese Taipei and then a bunch of international series events. Yesterday, Macau Open sprinkled in amongst them. What are you most looking forward to as we go into the last couple of months of the year?
Well, it's just going to be the race to keep their cards for the players, along with the Order of Merit title. You got the Asian Tour Order of Merit, and you got the International Series Order of Merit. And you have players that's hitting this stretch where you got a lot of tournaments back to back to back. And so the players are looking at this stretch as an opportunity for them to get their game in shape so that they can get 4, 5, 6 tournaments under their best playing conditions. So it's going to be an exciting stretch. There's going to be a lot of great golf, and it's always going to be coming down to the very end. That's going to determine who's going to win the Order of Merit, who's going to be here next year. Can't wait to find out.
Yeah, 2 weeks off, and then a 6 in a row stretch, and then another week off, and then we get things back underway with a stretch of 4 straight tournaments culminating at the Riyadh Golf Club in Saudi Arabia. So many possible permutations and combinations. So much to play for, so much on the line. Certainly hope you'll be able to join us. We'll be reunited with our dear friends and colleagues Doogie Donnelly and Tom Boulay for most of those events. Macau, that's going to be a fun week. Really looking forward to Macau, but that's all in the future. The man of the moment, Kensei Hirata. He lived up to his billing as the pre-tournament favorite. He was threatened, questions were asked, but Hirata had all the answers. Great playing from Travis Smyth. Cannot state how well this man is going. 1 shot out of a playoff last week, 1 shot out of a playoff against this week. Smyth is knocking on the door. Keep your eyes on Travis Smyth for the rest of the season. But that just about does it for our coverage of the 40th Shinhan Donghae Open at Club 72. It's been a pleasure and a privilege to have you along for the ride. Once again, players were tested. Conditions started out rough but ended under glorious sunshine. It was a birdie bonanza. And I don't know about you, Anthony, but I can't wait to come back to Korea once again in the spring.
Presents a different sort of a challenge when you do come to Korea, though. You do have to get used to the different sort of grass, different sort of a golf course design as well. It's a unique test coming over here. It's a lot of a head scratcher for a lot of the players coming in from the western side of the world with the way they play golf. But you come over here, you play a tournament, there are plenty of stories to be told after the tournament is over through their experiences on the golf course.
It's always a great time, guaranteed, when you come to South Korea. It's been a privilege, as always. Thank you for your company this week. Have a lovely Sunday ahead, and we look forward to your company next time on the Asian Tour. For Anthony Kang and myself, Timothy Lowe, take care, and we'll see you soon. Bye-bye for now. Okay, let's just get this up. All right, highlights time. Well, we figured we'd be in a treat for a bunch of birdies in the final round of the 40th Shinhan Donghae Open. How little did we know how many we would see. Mikumu Horikawa didn't quite have his best on Sunday, but he ended his championship with this lovely shot into the 18th round of 69 for Horikawa to finish in a share of 5th. Korean Open champion Min-Kyu Kim made 11 birdies on Saturday. He would have to settle for just the 5 on Sunday, but a 68 good enough for solo 4th. Kosuke Suzuki in unfamiliar territory. He's never won on the Japanese tour. He's a 2-time winner on the Abema TV tour. Consolidated a solid performance with a round of 70 to leave him in solo 3rd. But Travis Smyth set the course alight on Sunday. 7 birdies in a row. He would add an 8th there at the 9th to go out in 28, but unfortunately the Australian stuck in neutral for most of the back 9. A nice up and down here on the 18th, good enough for a closing round of 64 and a solo 2nd finish. But the man of the moment, well, that was Kensei Hirata. Started the week as the highest ranked player in the field in the official